And 2 years before that, I took part in one of my first pieces of direct action. I sat in front of a bus to protest the fact they were inaccessible to wheelchair users like my mum. When the DDA was passed, I remember being excited. I thought it would mean we could do normal kids stuff together, like going to the Science Museum, which was my childhood favourite. 25 years later, half of London's tube network remains completely inaccessible, including the tube station serving my favourite museum. And even more is not independently accessible, requiring staff assistance. Many tram and light rail schemes throughout the country are as bad, if not worse, and buses force wheelchair users to compete with buggies, shopping trolleys and suitcases wherever we go. All of this forces us to use private vehicles and taxis at far higher rates than non-disabled people. And then we find ourselves villainised for a situation that should have been solved a quarter of a century ago. Except it was decided that public transport providers were exempt from the DDA, and active travel schemes don't have to provide any provision for disabled people, and many don't. Adapted cycles are expensive, after all. There aren't many of us that might want to use them. Moving into health and social care, we find a situation where huge quantities of plastic waste goes unrecycled. In 2019, it was estimated that 2 to 3% of all household waste sent to landfill in the UK was incontinence waste. Now, for mild incontinence, reusable options exist, but anything much more than stress incontinence, and those options disappear. We're too expensive. It's not viable to put in the research. 1.4 billion gloves are used each year in the NHS. No one knows how many are used in social care, but just in my household, we will use around 100 to 150 a week. Every week, minimum. One household, one disabled person. Now add in tubing, blister plaques, syringes, dressings, flushes, catheter and colostomy bags. The list of plastic used is near endless. And all the packaging for those things. Millions, if not billions of items, all in landfill. Virtually, none of it is recyclable. Even where things may be recyclable, we're not given information on how to recycle. We've been forgotten again. This motion aims to change that through a comprehensive package of measures designed to address the biggest issues facing disabled people in the battle against climate change. We will commit to engaging with disabled people at the earliest opportunity when it comes to car reduction schemes such as LTNs, school streets and pedestrianisation, to ensure these schemes don't stop us from travelling in and around the areas we live, work and socialise, while continuing to make sure we work to reduce emissions and air pollution. We will ensure that disabled people could access active travel schemes by requiring them to provide accessible and adaptable options, making these more affordable and easier to find. We will require the government to fund research into real alternatives to the huge quantities of single-use plastics in the health and social care sector, and require hospitals and local authorities to do better when it comes to disposing of it. I also urge you to support the amendment to this motion so we can take a stand against the ableism that sees disabled people reduced to collateral damage in the fight against climate change. By voting in favour of this motion today, you are saying it's not acceptable for disabled people to be left behind, unable to access society, and more importantly, that it is not acceptable to leave us out of the fight against climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Would Conor Duckcraft from East Cambridgeshire please stand by? And now call to move Amendment 1, Lucy Tong from Harrow. Okay, if anyone's planning to speak in the debate, there are seats for you right at the front, just for future reference.
Oh. Morning, conference. It's the joys of proposing a motion at 9 AM when you're narcoleptic. One second. Whilst ableism exists throughout society and is by no means exclusive to climate action movement, eco-ableism is an issue that's become increasingly prominent over the last decade or so. Eco-ableism has been defined by disability advocates as the failure by non-disabled environmental activists to recognise that many of the climate actions they're promoting make life difficult for disabled people. Some well-known examples, I'm sure we'll all be aware of, are the shaming of people for using motorised vehicles and the plastic straw debate. The overwhelming majority of eco-ableism can be boiled down to the prioritisation of individualisation of climate action, rather than focusing on pushing for systemic change. Not everyone is in the privileged position to be able to choose certain more sustainable choices, something that needs to be acknowledged. Educating people on the ways in which ableism are pervasive in climate action spaces provides us with an important reminder. Disabled people are not the ones putting the future of our planet at risk. That lies at the hands of fossil fuel companies and those that support them. As is noted in this amendment, disabled people are disproportionately affected by the climate crisis. If we're to ensure that future environmental policy does not further discriminate against disabled people, we need to be heavily involved at all levels of policy making. It's important that we educate people on the ways that disabled people are disproportionately affected to ensure that going forward, they are represented in all areas of policy. So I would ask you to vote for the amendment and to vote for the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Would Charlie Clinton from Brent please stand by? I now call Conor Docrat from East Cambridgeshire. Conor wishes to speak against lines 47 to 49.
Hello, conference. I find myself in a slightly odd position up here because I think 95%, probably plus, of this motion isn't just something we should support, but frankly, if we're Liberals and we seriously want to not only tackle climate change, but tackle it in such a way that makes our country more fair and free, we should support most of this motion, and we must support it. However, I just am seriously concerned about lines 47 to 49, because, like I'm sure many of you, I come from a very rural area. You know, my division of South and Hadnam, there are so many areas in that where, for public transport, people with mobility issues just have trouble accessing it at all. And obviously, the aim of these lines is to try and rectify that, and that is a problem we should be trying to rectify. The problem is, though, that seeking to remedy it just by putting a restriction on private companies to put in place parameters that will allow all disabled people to have access by 2027, I am worried isn't actually going to be sufficient to deal with what is, I think, a very serious problem. Because, I mean, we heard earlier about how people don't necessarily take disability issues seriously. And shamefully, that is true in a lot of society. But we have to recognise that it goes beyond that. The amount of people with mobility issues of all sorts in this country is massive. And I know for many of you who live in very rural areas such as mine, we've heard many cases on the door of people who rely on public transport to get to services they need. These are people who need buses to get to doctors, who need reliable buses to be able to shop, to be able to do anything they want to do in their life. And so to put a restriction on it that the way we are going to improve that, to make sure that many of these rural communities whose access to buses comes from a bus stop that very often is just a pole lying in a patch of dirt, not even on a road, just in a patch of dirt or a verge right by the roadside. It is not sufficient for many people with disability access, and I'm seriously worried that this motion, although it's incredibly good and 95% plus of it we should support, I'm worried we are not putting in place the measures that will enable us to transform the countryside to make sure people seriously can get access. So I just want to say I think this motion is perfectly worthy of support, but I'm seriously worried that the stringent requirements we are putting in place in lines 47 to 49 are not sufficient. We need to do better, and we need to make sure every single person living in rural Britain gets access to their buses. That's all I've got to say on that. Thank you very much, conference.
Thank you, Conor. Would Sarah Dyke from Somerton and Froome please stand by? And now call to speak in favour of the motion, Charlie Clinton from Brent.
Good morning, conference. Firstly, just let me say well done for being here at 9 a.m. on a Sunday after the disco. And secondly, I would like to speak on this motion to draw attention to two particular reasons why this is not just morally the right thing to do, but which it absolutely is, I think we can all agree on that, but also why it is practically important. Firstly, it's the importance of every small action. It's often said that the focus of climate change policy should be on major government infrastructure, regulation of business, the fossil fuel companies, etc. And this is true. But it's said that any attempt to ask people to change their own habits is merely green shifting, passing the buck on to the people. And it is true that we absolutely need everyone to contribute, every big government, every big organization. However, in 2022, the IPCC, advising the UN, released a report on the role of consumer behavior change and the impact it could have. After reviewing all the collective scientific literature, they concluded that consumer behavior change could rapidly reduce total global carbon emissions by 5%. That is almost the same as the carbon we use to heat all of our buildings globally at 6%. It's also worth saying that this is just a global average. The biggest and fastest cuts from consumer behavior will come in Western countries like ours, where the average carbon footprint is higher than the rest of the world. And within this context, when we consider that 24% of our country has some form of disability, it is clear that we must help this community to contribute to the fight against climate change any way they can. Every small action really does matter. We can't afford to leave anyone behind. Second, I want to talk about the halo effect of making experiences more accessible. If there was any doubt that we should accommodate the needs of over one quarter of our nation, we can also highlight that making things more accessible for disabled people tends to make things easier for everyone, actually. My professional background is in digital marketing, and we have seen time and time again that when we make our digital experiences more accessible, it actually forces the creation of a better overall experience, which leads to better results. Small fonts, flowery fonts, fonts over the top of images, all are a particular challenge for people with visual impairments, but by avoiding these, we make our sites easier for everyone to use, resulting in better engagement. Within online retailers, changing our product pack shots for specially adapted images that highlight key elements is particularly beneficial with those with visual impairments again, but also drives up sales. Just this last week, I had a meeting about a digital innovation focused on helping visually impaired people engage with our physical products. And it was immediately obvious it would also help in our objective of educating all consumers about how to minimize the environmental footprint of those products. It's a new and exciting example of the halo effects prioritizing accessibility can have. So ultimately, the investment in R&D and strategy development recommended by this motion is likely to have a disproportionate benefit in the fight against climate change. And it's a great example of how we can simultaneously make a fairer and greener nation. So please support the motion.
Thank you very much, Charlie. After the next speaker, we're moving to the votes, but I now call to summate on the motion our newest MP, Sarah Dyke.
Thank you, Conference. It's my pleasure to conclude the debate on motion F15. This summer, we have seen devastating wildfires across the globe. As our climate warms, we will only see significant, devastating weather events. The best time to act was years ago. The second best is now. As a party, we believe in giving people choice. We know that empowered people make the choices that are right for them and right for the world. And people want to make choices that will fight climate change. Met Office polling in March shows nearly 2/3 of the public want to do more. But climate change feels disempowering. Faced with the enormity of the challenge and the seemingly endless ways to add to one's carbon footprint, I fear many succumb to climate anxiety. The best solution is simple: inclusivity. People feel stronger together. People are stronger together. I want to live in a society where we all feel we are tackling climate change, where we are all tackling climate change, and where tackling climate change works for all of us. If we don't make tackling climate change inclusive, we will make it divisive. There may be hesitation to commit to the financial demands of this challenge requires, but acting now, we will prevent even costlier interventions in the future. Now, I represent rural farming communities. We've seen flooding, we've seen heat waves, and we'll only see them get worse without action. So by taking action, we can reverse this, and we can realize the many benefits the future can hold. We can unlock vast economic opportunities, lower living costs, increase energy security, and improve access to nature, to name just a few. So this motion asks that we act to make our towns and cities and rural areas more livable for all of us, and that we don't leave anyone behind. To do this, we must include disabled people in environmental decision-making from the start, as they are often the largest group to be marginalised by climate change. This way, we will reduce emissions, improve public transport, and make rural and urban public spaces accessible for everyone. I believe that the steps we will take will be crucial about the type of future we want. And I believe that these are the actions the public want to see. It is for these reasons and more I support this motion as a whole, and I hope you will too. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Conference, we're now moving to a series of 2 votes, first on the amendment and then on the main motion as amended or not. Online voting is now open for those of you watching online. Could I now see all of those who support Amendment 1, which you will find on page 4 of Conference Daily? So all those in support of Amendment 1? Thank you very much. And all those against? I'm not sure I can see anyone. We'll just need to leave it a little while for the online voters to come in. I should say at this point, apologies to those relatively small number of people who put in cards to speak that we didn't have time to call. We only have 20 minutes for this debate. Thank you very much, Conference. That amendment is very clearly carried. We now move on to a vote on the main motion as amended by Amendment 1. Can I see all those in favour of the main motion? Thank you very much. And can I now see all those voting against the motion? Again, I don't think I can see anyone. Okay, there is someone, sorry. It's a pretty clear majority in the hall. We'll just wait for the online votes to come in. Fine. Yes, that motion is very clearly carried. Thank you very much indeed, Conference. Thank you to my aide, Sam Barrett. I now hand over to Dee Doocy for the next session.
Good morning, Conference. We now move to F16, fixing fast fashion. It is on page 39 to 40 of your agenda. There is one amendment, which is on page 5 of Conference Daily. Can I ask Donna Harris to stand by, and I now call Eleanor Kelly to move the motion.
Believe it or not, this is actually my first time addressing the conference hall in person. London, Paris, Milan, Bournemouth. Our debate today clashes with Fashion Week, and historically we've had 2 of those every year, but the 2 fashion collections that they represent are these days a fallacy. We no longer have 2, nor 4, nor 8 fashion seasons a year. For physical shops, it's 52, 104 drops, and for online giants like Shein, there are new garments brought out every single day at almost impossibly cheap prices. But we know what makes them possible. And it's to the detriment of the quality of our clothing and the millions of workers, the vast majority of whom are women, who make our garments. Take Shein, for example. Last year, their UK arm alone reported a revenue of 1.1 billion and was found to have workers working 18-hour days and being paid as little as 3 pence per garment. And it ain't just Shein. It's all over our high street stores. Companies in the West, like Primark, know that they've got the upper hand to pressure ever cheaper garments out of these factories, and it's the garment workers at the end of this opaque supply chain that bear the brunt when, for example, the factories they work in collapse in around them. There are millions of garment workers whose lives deserve our respect, and you know what else deserves our respect? Their skills, their handiwork, because the quality of what we are asking them to produce is simply declining. Clothes have become increasingly disposable. For people of my generation, we're just not used to clothes lasting us. And that's partly because we are constantly pressured to buy new, keep up with Instagram trends, partly because we don't value tailoring and repair in this country anymore, but because a lot of what we buy ain't worth repairing. Several times now, I've tried to do the sustainable thing, take a pair of shoes to the cobbler, only to be told that they can't do out with them because they've been glued together rather than stitched, or made of plastic components that they can't replace. And it just makes me think of how many of us must be wasting our money in a cost of living crisis because the things we are being sold are designed to fall apart. It's quite literally Vimes' boots. And that's why we want to empower people to buy quality in the first instance. And then, of course, on top of this money that we're wasting, there is the simple fact that we are laying waste to the planet. It's 10% of our global carbon emissions. It's criminal levels of water pollution. We think we've got problems. Rivers in places like Bangladesh running pitch black because of effluents from fashion factories with detrimental health effects to the communities around them. Then, of course, there's the fact that over half of fibres produced now are synthetic. Plastics derived from fossil fuels, which do their damage in the wash when we release microplastics. And then when they do inevitably wear out, we do not have the facility to recycle them. So what do? We burn them. We landfill. Tons upon tons of clothes being dumped in the Atacama Desert in Chile, for example, to the point that it has been dubbed the world's dumpster because of this shameful mindset that makes our rubbish someone else's problem. So yeah, clothes matter. They can be a large part of our identity. Fashion can define us. But you know what? It's starting to feel less like that definition is coming from personal style, our decisions on cut and colour. No, if we don't act, it'll be fast fashion's exploitation. It's shameful practices that come to define our clothes. And I think fashion is something that, as politicians, we often dismiss because we don't think we control it. But to quote the great fictitious Miranda Priestley, we think this stuff has nothing to do with us, and we may think that we take ourselves too seriously to care about what we put on our backs. But it matters. Fashion represents $1.7 trillion annually, countless jobs, and 10% of our global carbon emissions. And yeah, the people in this room may not be making decisions that influence the cut of the dress, whether it's turquoise or cerulean, but we do today have the power to create policy on how we fix fast fashion's rapidly growing problems, how we buy it, reuse it, and recycle it at the international, national, and local government levels. And we'll be the first political party in the UK to take this as seriously as it ought to be. Conference, vote for the motion, vote for the amendment as well. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Gideon Amos to stand by? And I now call Councillor Donna Harris to move the amendment.
Good morning, conference. I'm hugely thankful that fast fashion has appeared on this year's conference agenda, as it is an issue I know all too well, having been a fashion buyer in a previous life. I'm moving Amendment 1 because it's essential for our society and our planet that we do away with the idea that clothes are disposable. Fast fashion has been plaguing our fashion industry in the UK for some time now. It predominantly refers to rapid production and overconsumption of cheap disposable clothing. It has gained immense popularity, but it comes at a great cost to our environment, society, and even our own well-being. The production of cheap garments requires an enormous amount of resources, including water, energy, and raw materials. Toxic chemicals in the manufacturing process contribute to water pollution and soil degradation. Furthermore, transportation of these clothes across the globe emits significant amount of greenhouse gases, exacerbating climate change. Fast fashion perpetuates a culture of overconsumption and waste. With new trends emerging every week, consumers are encouraged to constantly update their wardrobes, leading to a throwaway mentality. As a result, vast amounts of clothing end up in landfills all around the world, as we've already heard. Moreover, fast fashion has a detrimental effect on our mental well-being. The constant pressure to keep up with the latest trends and maintain a certain image can lead to feelings of inadequacy and low self-esteem. The fast-paced nature of the industry also promotes impulsive buying, which can lead to financial strain and debt. We must prioritize quality over quantity. Investing in well-made, timeless pieces that will last for years is not only more sustainable, but also more cost-effective in the long run. We need to support ethical and sustainable fashion brands that prioritize fair labor practices and use environmentally friendly materials. Meanwhile, we must educate ourselves and others about the true cost of fast fashion, encouraging a shift towards more conscious and responsible approach to clothing consumption. By making informed decisions and supporting sustainable alternatives, we can work together towards a fast fashion industry that is both stylish and ethical. That is why I'm asking you to support Amendment 1, this excellent motion as a whole. Pushing for manufacturers to provide better quality standards, ensuring longevity, along with more training for skilled workers to provide repair work, will benefit us all. Finally, introducing legislation banning the sale of products made with forced labour must surely be a priority for us as Liberal Democrats. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. Can Catherine Bearder please stand by? And I now call Gideon Amos, PPC for Taunton Deane.
Thank you, Conference, fellow Liberal Democrats. For any Liberal Democrat, stewardship of the earth and its resources is central to our liberal philosophy, isn't it? It goes back hundreds of years. But for many of us, and I guess me included, the fact that should extend to our clothes, the clothes we wear, is news. But it's news, really, that needs to be more widely understood. And so the first thing I want to do is to congratulate the movers of this motion for bringing forward such a prescient piece of policy, and which will put the Liberal Democrats at the forefront of any political party in tackling this issue. My work has not been in fashion. It's focused in low-carbon projects, zero-carbon homes, eco-communities, offshore wind farms, tidal energy. That's been my work. Some people have even said that fashion has passed me by. I mean, you know, my kids say that. I wouldn't agree. But clearly, this is a serious subject that we need to put out there much more widely. When it comes to safeguarding our planet, we have to look not just at the energy we produce and how we produce it, the way we build. We need to look at the clothes we wear. As we heard yesterday from the excellent Rod Savage, our fantastic candidate for South Cotswold, how pollution from the plastics we're creating are ending up in our rivers and in our oceans. And those microplastics are then ending up in plankton, which are being eaten by fish, which are arriving on the tables and entering our bodies in the fish that are sold in this country and around the world. And that's only a proportion of those plastics from those clothes. As we've heard briefly earlier, a massive mountain of discarded clothes in the Atacama Desert is now visible from space. We, in the developed world, are responsible for adding to that mountain by a massive 39,000 tons every year. It's not acceptable, and we need to do something about it. I may not know about fashion, but I do know a fantastic Fox Brothers firm in Wellington, in my constituency, which used to be a byword for durability and enduring quality clothing. Let's get a renaissance in quality manufacturing, clothes that you invest in, which will last for your whole life. That company provided 800 miles of cloth for soldiers fighting in the First World War in the trenches. So let's go back to a time when we could invest in clothes and did so for our whole lives. Let's pass this motion. Let's extend our care for the environment to the clothes we wear and the resources that they're made from. Let's restore a renaissance in companies like Fox Brothers so that we, as humans, tread more lightly on the planet as we go forward from this conference, in those liberal traditions of controlling a market where it needs to be controlled, of balance in an industry that's totally out of control, and of caring for our planet and our environment. Thank you, conference.
Thank you. Can George Sykes please stand by? And I now call Catherine Bearder from Oxford East.
Morning, Sunday morning. It's never a good time, and I think I've lost my voice, so bear with me. Conference, I can't say how happy I am that this motion has been brought before you, and well done to the team that's been working on it. Fashion is everywhere, and it's a huge industry, but it's helping to destroy our planet and livelihoods and the lives of many of the people that we will never, ever see. Getting that new outfit is exciting and it's a treat, but it's now costing far too much, not just on our purses, but on the planet. We've all seen the rundown state of our town centres, and there is a huge drive to open more retail outlets to sell us more in an effort to rebuild our economies. But seeking more stuff that we wear once or twice and throw away or send to the charity shops is not the answer for the high street. Supporting charities has always been the salve of our consciences. Out with last year's, in the bag, drop it off at the charity shop, help Oxfam or Save the Children, and make space for all those nice new outfits. But what actually happens to all this stuff? Charities cannot cope with it all, so they start to ship it out. Help the poor people over there. But I have been over there, and I have seen what it does to local economies. I spent 10 years whilst I was an MEP on the African, Caribbean and Pacific Joint Parliamentary Assembly. We were privileged to visit many developing countries and saw their local projects, and often women's groups in particular, set up to give women skills and to earn a small living. Great projects. But then these lorry loads of clothes would arrive, swamping their markets and de-skilling too many. I'm sorry to see that this is not being covered in this motion in lines 49 and 50. Our fashion footprint is unsustainable, and worse than that, it's damaging the planet and stifling initiatives. Just banning landfill and incineration won't address this particular issue. How come we don't see our young people learning how to create and adapt their own fashion? How come we have built an industry that only survives on creating demand for unsustainable? How come we are destroying lives around the world? There is a different way that builds livelihoods and protects the planet and keeps us in smart outfits. This motion is a very good step forward. Let's support it, but let's not stop there. There's a lot of work for us all to do. Thank you very much, Conference.
Thank you, Catherine. Can Charlie Clinton please stand by? And I now call George Sykes from Leeds North West. Is George Sykes in the hall? No. No. Okay. Can I ask Janine Lewis to stand by? And I now call Charlie Clinton from Brent. I'm glad to see you're here, Charlie.
Well, I think we maybe just saw the risks of us deciding to speak on a Sunday morning. And sorry for coming back again so quickly, but I do think this is a very important pair of topics. Earlier this week, Rishi Sunak has launched a new approach to tackling climate change, or not tackling it, which is probably more accurate. He has seen what happened with Labour in Uxbridge, narrowly losing a by-election as a result of the ULEZ charges, and he's decided that it's a vote winner to oppose any policy which imposes costs or limitations on people, with the aim of discouraging unsustainable behaviours. To him, this is morally wrong, which means he would, I suspect, oppose this motion if he were with us today. I could probably stop there. That's a pretty good reason to back it all by itself. As has already been alluded to, this policy would put us on the front foot. It will help us to distinguish him from him, especially given his announcements this week. But let me add that if he was here, I would also refer Mr. Sunak to the IPCC, who have recommended governments should be including consumer behaviour change in their targets as a route to rapidly saving 5% of global carbon emissions. And I'd ask him as well, if he's so passionate about reaching net zero, which he clearly is, why is he directly ignoring the advice of these experts? It may have something to do with his love-hate relationship with experts, of course, as the Tory party are famously fond of them. I would also point out to him the hugely positive impact that charging for single-use plastic carrier bags has had, and ask him if he plans to remove that charge as well, or why he thinks this would be any less effective. In my role at Unilever, I'm tasked with driving consumer behaviour change to reduce the lifetime impact of Unilever's own products. And I know, because I've seen the data, that one of the biggest barriers for consumers to make the sustainable purchase is cost. The CEO of Unilever once told us that he was asking to be taxed on virgin plastic because as long as it was not competitive to use recycled plastic, the industry would never change. Bill Gates has talked about this at length as well. In his book, How to Avoid a Climate Disaster, he discusses the idea of green premiums, which is the concept that it's the extra money we pay for making the sustainable choice. To decarbonize the fashion industry, we need to reduce those green premiums to zero, both by increasing the cost of the unsustainable products, which this motion calls for, and simultaneously reducing the cost of the sustainable alternatives, which this motion also calls for. And this motion also ring-fences funds for fabric recycling, supports clothes swapping initiatives, both good examples of how we can also make those more sustainable choices easier. We can make them the common sense decision. The bottom line is this: the economy is the most powerful tool at our disposal, and we do not get to net zero if the economy is pulling against us. Again, Rishi should probably speak to Liz Truss if he wants to understand what happens when you try and take on the markets. In order to make sustainable living commonplace, we need to make it financially unsustainable to be unsustainable, while making the sustainable options cheaper and more accessible. This motion has got the right mix of taxes, regulations, incentives, schemes to make sustainable fashion the easier, cheaper choice. So I hope you will join me in voting for the motion, no matter how much it would upset Rishi Sunak.
Thank you. Can David Robinson please stand by? And I now call Janine Lewis from West Berkshire and Newbury. Oh, not another no-show. Julia Cambridge to please stand by, and I now call David Robinson from North Pool and Mid Dorset.
Good morning, Conference. I have the honour of addressing you wearing a jacket from a charity shop and a shirt from a whole different millennium. But you have only to see the stream of bags leaving our clothes shops all over the country every day to realise the scale of the issue that I'm about to mention, and which actually has already been covered, but my speaker's card is in now, so I better just go ahead. Last year, I was watching Simon Reeve doing his programme on the BBC, exploring South America, and I, like probably many of you who have seen it, was appalled when he went to the Atacama Desert, it's already been mentioned, and saw a mountain of disused clothes and shoes. It's been dubbed the fast fashion graveyard, and if you haven't seen it, I recommend you look it up. Every year, the port city of Iquique in northern Chile receives about 60,000 tons of clothes for recycling, but as we've already heard, tens of thousands of tons per year end up being dumped on this graveyard in the Atacama Desert, which will threaten the local ecosystem and public health for hundreds of years. So, in brief, I support this motion, but I would like legislators to see the pictures of this fast fashion graveyard and keep them in mind as a reminder of the impact that our choices have halfway around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Alistair Pinkerton to stand by? And I now call Julia Cambridge. This is becoming a habit. Okay, can I ask Fraser Graham to stand by? And I now call Alistair Cambridge. Sorry, I beg your pardon, Alistair Pinkington.
Hello, good morning, everybody. First-time conferencer and first-time speaker. Thank you. I'm the prospective parliamentary candidate in Surrey Heath, standing against Michael Gove, but I'm not really speaking in that capacity. Thank you. I'm not really speaking in that capacity today. I'm also a professor of geopolitics at Royal Holloway University. And at Royal Holloway, we have extraordinary colleagues working on issues of development and labour exploitation around the world, including my amazing colleague who's actually just recently moved to King's College London, Catherine Brickell, who has conducted fantastic projects looking and following the commodity flows from the UK fashion industry back to places like Cambodia. We've heard about fast fashion, we've heard about the psychological consequences of it, we've heard about the dumping of clothes at the end of their far too short lives in the Atacama and elsewhere. But what people perhaps don't realize is that this fashion is so fast that sometimes the products emerging out of the factories never even make it to the markets that they are designed to be servicing. Trends change so quickly that there are thousands of tons of clothes that never make it out of production countries like Cambodia. So what happens to those clothes there? Well, they're often burnt. And they're not just burnt in landfill sites, they're burnt to power other industries, such as brick kilns that are being used to make bricks in countries like Cambodia that are producing high-rise buildings in cities like Phnom Penh. And who is doing the burning? Child labour. Child labour, indentured, very often from families who have been forced off of their fields as a consequence of climate change, sell their children into labour in brick kilns, where they're burning clothes with all of those synthetic fibres in them, causing extraordinary local environmental damage, but also profound bodily damage to those children. This is a highly exploitative industry. My colleagues have taken photographs of the clothes in these brick kilns and the labels that you would recognise from some of the most well-known high street brands in the UK. This policy and the amendment today doesn't just address the ultimate dumping of clothes in countries like Chile. It potentially has the opportunity to address these inequities and injustices in countries like Cambodia as well. I think we should perhaps be going even further. My colleague Catherine Brickell has called for a fashion watchdog in the UK to oversee all of these things. But this is a wonderful first step. We need to work internationally to make this work, and I hope that we could commit ourselves to working internationally to raise this as a global issue and not just a national one. Thank you all very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Sam Al-Hamdani to stand by? And I now call Fraser Graham from South Edinburgh.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all the no-shows for giving me a chance to speak this morning. This is a very last-minute card, so I'll keep this very short and definitely not as intellectual as everyone else has been. But I would like to give you a very visual demonstration of fast fashion by showing you my shirt. Now, this shirt was the result of a bit of a challenge I set myself when I had a chat to Jenny Rigg last Saturday and said, do you know what? I'm going to finally make that new shirt in time for conference. I sewed this myself from scratch for a bit of fabric. Now, the 4 meters of fabric itself cost £40. I then spent probably about 15 or 20 hours of my time in the past week sewing, or swearing at a sewing machine, or swearing at the needle I jammed into my finger repeatedly, or swearing at the pattern that I couldn't quite get to fit right. But I made it, literally. But you know I'm not an expert sewer. This is the second shirt I've ever made. It's a bit better than the first one, so hey, it's an improvement. But if that took me that much time, and I do value my time, how much would it have cost for someone to buy this shirt if I had been paid proportionately for that time, paid an equal wage for that time? Well, I tell you what, it would have been a lot more than I could have bought an equivalent shirt off the internet for about 40 quid. Well, that was just the cost of the fabric. So something doesn't add up there. It's clear that fast fashion is exploitative. That's why I'm fully in support of this motion and the amendment. And that's all I've got to say, Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I ask Scott Emery to stand by? And I now call Sam Al-Hamdani from Oldham.
Hello, Conference. Thank you for bringing the motion. And I particularly wanted to thank Alistair for his contribution, which was, I thought, incredibly relevant and spoke to a lot to my experience. Because 10 years ago, I wasn't here, I was in Geneva, I was working for the International Labour Organization. And the biggest tragedy in this industry happened, and it was referred to by Eleanor. It was the Rana Plaza disaster, where 1,134 people were killed and 2,500 people were injured, the majority so badly that they still can't work 10 years later. And that is the human cost of inaction on this. And think about how many people that is. This hall was full last night. And if you were in here, imagine that every single person is dead that you were with. I can't imagine that. And the thing is, we are a party of opportunity that is bedded into our values. And those people knew they were walking into a death trap. Imagine having a life where you have so little opportunity that you would do that because that was the only thing you could do. And that was 10 years ago. And this has only got worse in those 10 years. That is the inaction that has happened. We had the Bangladesh Accord, which I was privileged to witness people working on, and was an incredible thing. But I can't tell you how rare that was. That was industry and workers and governments coming together and genuinely making a difference. And it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen enough. That is such a rare thing to have made real. And it saves people's lives. But it's not enough, because in Bangladesh, the minimum wage, which was set 5 years ago, was not enough to survive on 5 years ago. Now, if we don't change the way that this entire industry runs, This is going to get worse, and more people are going to die, whether they die quickly in the way that happened in Rana Plaza, or whether they die slowly, which seems far worse, by not having enough money for themselves and their families to the point where they would walk into a death trap. So please pass this motion and the amendment, because you just have to change the world. It is that much. And fashion seems such an ephemeral thing, but changing it and changing our attitudes will change that and will make people's lives better. Please support the motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Conference, can I just say that we haven't had any cards at all against, so we will not need a speech for the summation of the motion. Sorry, the amendment. So can I ask Elsie Gisselgard to stand by to summate the main motion, and I now call Scott Emery from Haringey.
Good morning, Conference. Fast fashion. It's one of those things you're probably sick of hearing about. It seems every year there's a new campaign, a new celebrity rolled out, and yet next year, again, all over again, you'll be hearing about it. Long talked about, arguments made over and over with no change and no path to improvement. Conference, what we need is action. The problem we've got is that too much of the response to this is, you need to change, putting the emphasis on the consumer, not making the producer pay. People are exhausted. People have to worry about how polluting their cars are, how much damage their gas boiler is doing, how much their food choices are killing the planet. And that's just people who have the time to worry. Lots of people are just thinking about how to put food on the table. Consumers can take action, and we've had results, and we know this. We've seen this before. Take the boycott against apartheid in the 80s. But in these strained times, this is not enough. We need to use the power of government for good. We need to end the scandal of working conditions in factories across the globe. We need to cut the emissions pouring out of those same factories. And fundamentally, we need a revolution in how our industry works. We can't go on as we have. We can't go on with the £1 bikini, the single-use plastic of the fashion world. This motion brings in a new levy on new clothes. It's not much, but even that small amount will go a long way to fixing our broken recycling system. The change in the VAT rate for resale and repair shops will kickstart a fresh industry and help shift that mindset in altering our high street. On top of this, we've got legislation to make sure there's real traceability in our clothes. If we know how they're made, we can root out bad practices. There's a whole 12 action points in this motion, and each of them tackles part of the fashion industry. We can make the changes we need, and we can fight for human rights and heal our planet, but only with your support. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much. Can I now call Elsie Gisselgard to summate on the main motion, after which we'll move to the votes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Liberal friends, my name is Elsie Gisselgard, and together with Eleanor, I am one of the authors of this motion. I am incredibly touched by everyone speaking about this motion and how much this means to each of us individually. This is the first motion I've written, and it's also my first my first time speaking. Today, we're addressing an issue that touches every single one of us every single day of our lives, but yet remains in the shadow of our collective consciousness. We've noted that this industry is responsible for 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions, but it's not just about the environment, it's about the very fabric of our society, the values we uphold, and the world we wish to leave behind to future generations. The UK stands as the largest consumer of new clothing in Europe, but at what cost? Our rivers and oceans bear the brunt of textile dyes and microplastics, and our landfills overfill with discarded garments, and the hands that craft the very clothes that we wear are often exploited and underpaid. But there is a silver lining. We have the power to change this narrative. As Liberals, we believe in the power of choice, of innovation, and of progress. We envision a future where clothing isn't just an expression of individuality, but also a testament to our commitment to sustainability and ethical practices. A future where every individual, irrespective of their economic background, they have access to high-quality garments that don't bleed our planet dry or trample upon the rights of workers, where polluters pay for the destruction that they cause. By introducing levies, we aim to fund development of local recycling facilities, and by incentivizing reuse and repurposing, we champion the spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship. By ensuring traceability in supply chains, we uphold the Liberal tenet of transparency and accountability, and by promoting sustainable practices, we take a stand for a world where progress and preservation go hand in hand. In the grand tapestry of global challenges, fashion may seem like a mere thread, but it's a thread that connects us all, weaving a narrative of our values, our choices, and our aspirations. As Liberals, we have always championed the cause of individual freedom, but with freedom comes responsibility. The responsibility to make choices that uplift not only ourselves, but our communities, the environment, and our shared future. In conclusion, this is not just a mere debate about fashion. It's a reflection of who we are as Liberals, what we stand for. It's about justice, it's about sustainability, and it's about the Liberal promise of a brighter future, a more equitable future. So let's not just redefine fashion, but let's use this as a movement that embodies our highest Liberal ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to the votes, and the online vote is open for Amendment 1. So could I see those people in the hall who are in favour of Amendment 1, please? Thank you very much. And those against Amendment 1? I can't see any hands at all against, so that is overwhelming in the hall. So we'll just wait for the results of the online vote. Can I take this chance to apologise to those speakers that I wasn't able to call? Okay, the entire vote is now overwhelmingly in favour. Thank you very much. We will now move to the vote on the amendment as a whole, as amended by Amendment 1. So the online vote is now open. And can I please see those in favour of the amended main motion? Thank you very much. And those against? Again, I haven't seen anyone against, so in the hall it's overwhelming. We'll just wait for the online vote. Thank you very much. The online vote was also overwhelmingly in favour, so that is very, very clearly passed. Thank you, Conference. Can I thank my aides, Paul McGarry, here with me, and Jenny Rigg in the hall, and I now hand over to Duncan Brack.
Good morning, conference. We're going to start the next item in just a minute, so if people would like to take their seats. Phil Bennion, I'm talking to you. Would you like to sit down? Right, thank you very much, conference. We're now moving on to item F17, the policy debate on transforming the nation's health. You will find the text of the motion starting on page 45 of the agenda. And we have selected 2 amendments for debate, which you will find starting on page 6 of Conference Daily. And we are also going to take a separate vote on lines 45 to 47 of the main motion. So I'll explain all the votes again when we get to the end of the debate. In the meantime, would Lee Darg please stand by to move amendments 1 and 2 together? And I now call to move the main motion Daisy Cooper, MP for St Albans, and the party spokesperson on health.
Good morning, conference. Gosh, you're sleepy, aren't you? That's more like it. Our country is fighting a losing battle against ill health, and the NHS is unable to take the strain. We've all seen the stories about how hard it is to see a GP or a dentist, and we've seen the horrifying images of people dying in the back of ambulances because our NHS services are overstretched. But what often goes unnoticed is that many of the public health programmes that have helped people lead healthier lives have, under the Conservatives, been completely gutted. Services to help people quit smoking, children's health and sexual health services have been slashed. Other initiatives, such as those aimed at tackling obesity, have been pared back. Since 2015, the Conservatives have slashed the public health grant by 26%. They even reserved the biggest cuts for the most deprived areas. These cuts to local community health grants underline the absurdity of the government's claim to be levelling up when people's health is in fact being levelled down. Conference, unless we get to grips with the prevention agenda, we are doing nothing to defuse the ticking time bomb facing our NHS. Helping people stay healthier is not only good for people, but it allows the NHS to see people far quicker and ensures they don't end up in hospitals in the first place. What the Conservatives cannot seem to understand is that taking action and investing now will save us billions in taxpayers' money down the line. £1 spent today on health interventions is £14 returned to the economy in the future through healthy years lived and a reduction in the cost to the NHS. It sounds like doom and gloom, doesn't it, conference? But I do have good news for you. The Liberal Democrats do understand this, and we are committed to investing now to save in the future. That's why this motion today commits our party to restoring the public health grant. We'd progressively bring it back to where it was in 2015 so that local authorities can get back to doing great work in local communities and helping people lead healthier lives. And we won't stop there. The measures in this motion set out our plan to help people to take charge of their health and make our country a healthier place to live. One of the measures in this motion simply commits us to going ahead with a pledge that the government has already U-turned on, like ending the sale of energy drinks to children. Despite the Conservatives' backtracking, Tesco, Morrisons and Asda have led the way, and they are now voluntarily ending the sale of energy drinks to children, but not all convenience stores have. The motion commits us to giving local authorities the power to ensure that no new unhealthy fast food shops are set up near schools and nurseries, and to control advertising for unhealthy foods so that children aren't constantly bombarded with adverts for that junk food. We'd also improve the food standards in schools and hospitals, as well as consult on a new national designation of critical health infrastructure for swimming pools and leisure centres, so that the next time the Conservatives have a mini budget and crash our economy, people around the country don't have to see their health and fitness facilities slashed. Now, some may question why Liberals are calling for these measures. Well, it's easy. We're not libertarians. We don't want to minimise government's role come what may just for the sake of it. We're liberals, and we believe that an active state should intervene when there are structural inequalities or power imbalances which themselves restrict people's freedom. We didn't accuse this government of meddling when they promoted the vaccine rollout. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Our communities took great pride in working side by side with GPs, nurses, NHS staff and other volunteers to get people jabbed and to give them back their freedom. And we loved the profound sense of community that effort generated. We all said we wished that we had more of it, not less. So imagine using one of our existing bank holidays to get our nation moving again, engaging new people in park runs, music and movement classes, gentle stretching, healthy cook classes, an injection of community effort to encourage people to voluntarily adopt healthier habits. Now, conference, there are 2 amendments and a separate vote to this motion. Amendment 1 calls for the motion to go further on health checks and the rollout of health clinics in more public spaces. I am very happy to support this amendment, and I hope that you will vote for it. However, I encourage you to vote against Amendment 2, and in the separate vote on lines closing loopholes in the sugar tax, please vote to keep the lines on the sugar tax, not to delete them. Firstly, Amendment 2 would, on the one hand, dilute our stance on single-use vapes, but on the other, would also make our stance on vape advertising too strict. Single-use vapes are overwhelmingly targeted at children. The nicotine in these vapes can impact brain development, and they are a complete blight on our environment. Other measures can only go so far, and the quickest, simplest way to reduce harm to children and to the environment is to ban them. Even this useless government has realised that single-use vapes need to be banned. So I call on you to vote against Amendment 2. Up for a separate vote is the removal of our commitment to extending the sugar tax. I strongly implore you to vote to retain the lines in the motion that commit us to this policy. The sugar tax has been an overwhelming success. There's no 2 ways about it. Prices for sugary drinks have stayed the same. They have not gone up, and the amount of sugar in them has been vastly reduced. Conference, I encourage you to retain the lines as they stand in the motion. As a party, we pride ourselves on having evidence-based policy, and this attempt to remove our commitment to the sugar tax is not based on the latest evidence or studies, so you should reject it. Conference, a responsible government cannot just stand idly by and shrug its shoulders, leaving its citizens to navigate an increasingly unhealthy environment. If we do, our population will be ill, our economy will remain flatlined, and our NHS will be overwhelmed. In short, doing nothing is not an option. Let's commit the Liberal Democrats to creating a country that is healthy for children and adults alike, a country that takes the well-being of its citizens seriously and empowers them to live healthier lives, and to recognise that there is a role for an active state in enabling them to do so. Conference, I ask you to vote against Amendment 2, to retain the lines in the separate vote, and then finally to vote for the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daisy. Would David Nicol from Bromsgrove please stand by? I now call to move Amendments 1 and 2 together, Lee Darg from Central Birmingham.
Good morning, Conference, and thank you, Chair, as well. We agreed to put these 2 together so you spend less time hearing from me and hoping to have another card read, so thank you for agreeing to that. So Amendment 1, I formally move, and thank you to Daisy for the original motion. You mentioned specifically things around dentists and doctors, and you and your team have been a force on this. And just when we thought it was bad enough that our schools are crumbling down, obviously your team found out that our hospitals are pretty much in the same disgraceful situation. So thank you for all the work you've been doing. Amendment 1 has been supported by Daisy, so I don't need to say much on that. It's largely to bolster the existing motion. So Amendment 2. Bans are all the rage at the moment, aren't they? Indeed, so popular are they. Rishi Sunak last week banned 5 things that didn't even exist in the first place. So would a ban work? Is it needed? And what would be the unintended consequences? So first of all, the ban isn't needed. There is already a ban on the sale of all vapes to under 18s, and nobody can buy them for under 18s either. So if you think that one list that has a ban on doesn't work, there's no point adding it to a second list. What we need is enforcement of the existing law that we have in place. It's irresponsible shop owners who are selling to children, but the amendment leaves in a large part of the restrictions, which I fully agree with. They are targeted to children, let's be honest, as unfortunately much of the alcohol is these days. So we do need restrictions. We can, for example, require disposable vapes to be at the same sale price as reusable vapes to try and get people to move on to those, because indeed the original motion and the amendment talk about the important role they play in smoking cessation for adults. Secondly, in regards to making sure that we look at what the government's doing and doing at least what they do, well, conference, I don't know if you've noticed lately, but this Tory government is nothing to pride ourselves on modelling about. So we should really not be worrying about what the government's actually doing. And indeed, the unintended consequences. There is a group of people in this country and around the world who love bans on substances. Now, I know this is known as a product, but please note it contains a drug, so it is therefore also a substance. And the people who love banning substances are organised criminal gangs. They will take over the supply because a black market already exists for many drugs in this country. We proudly in this party have a policy of legalising cannabis. I would like in the future that to go further, but we recognise that the black market should not be in control of substances. I would hate to see on the news that although we have an appalling situation at the moment, that the amendment recognises as well that some 13, 14-year-olds are buying these products. They are at least controlled to a degree in that the product they buy will be safe. Now, I'm not saying that the children should buy them again. We should enforce the existing ban. But imagine seeing on the news that an 8-year-old has bought one off a dealer in a local park, and that product is laced with nitazines or fentanyl. And imagine seeing that that child has died because we've given over control of the supply of this product to the black market. That is something that is not intended at all by the motion, I accept that. And I do accept that the ban is called for in good faith as well. But we know that bans have a very poor history of actually working. And we also know that banning substances simply leads them to go into the hands of the black market. So I would ask you to consider that and vote for Amendment 2. Regarding the sugar tax, I'll just briefly mention, I do actually support that in the motion, the way that it's laid out. Because of the success we've seen, particularly in cereals, which may not sound a lot, but when you see cereals, especially eaten by children, have voluntarily moved to reduce the sugar content, which has made them slightly less worse than they were. I wouldn't quite call the cereals healthy yet. But clearly, the sugary drinks are still just as bad. So I would support that because it's a restriction. As a Liberal, my heckles go up when I hear the word ban. So I ask you to vote for Amendment 1 and for Amendment 2. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much, Lee. I should have said that in addition to 2 amendments and 1 separate vote, we also have 2 notices of a reference back. So we almost have a full set. I'll be taking one of those later on in the debate. So would Catherine Macy from York please stand by, and now call to speak in favour of the motion, Councillor Dr. David Nicol from Bromsgrove.
Thank you, Conference. I'm now actually trying to think what I'm going to say. Conference, I support this motion, all of it, and certainly Amendment 1, but I feel I've been thrown a googly about what to think about Amendment 2. For me, this is a motion is not just about public health. It's actually about my journey as a Liberal Democrat. 4 years ago, I joined the Liberal Democrats, and this is my first time on stage. 4 years ago, as a neurologist, I was advising the government over their plans for medicines in the event of a no-deal Brexit and blew the whistle over how dangerous they were. A government minister, Jacob Rees-Mogg, slandered me in the House of Commons, for which he had to say sorry, and I joined the Liberal Democrats. We are a policy-driven party. We debate because we care. We have not had enough of experts. But this motion is about public health. It is a national disgrace that the budget for public health has been cut by 26% since 2015. In 2016, I reviewed the Royal College of Physicians report that showed there are 40,000 preventable deaths each year from air pollution. Of course, we should legislate to have a right to clean air. This is not a woke war on motorists, as Rees-Mogg would say. This month, I had another Conservative minister call me out in the House of Commons, this time to congratulate me for my campaign on the neurological harms of nitrous oxide, laughing gas, or NOS, in their debate on the Dangerous Drugs Act. Nice as it was to be thanked by the Tories, I only wish they'd read what I and 14 colleagues had written to the policing minister to point out that this was a public health issue, not a policing issue. Over the last 3 years, I've seen an epidemic of young people being admitted to my hospital in Birmingham with spinal cord injuries from NOS abuse. Some will never walk again normally. We now see 1 or 2 patients like this every week in my unit. But rather than enforce and resource the police and trading standards with the current law, there have been only 4 arrests in the last 6 years in the West Midlands for NOS supply. The Conservatives and Labour plan on targeting NOS users by criminalising them. This will drive the problem underground and support organised crime, make users less likely to seek the medical support they need from doctors like me. This is a government that does not listen to experts. As Liberal Democrats, we do. And we also stand up for marginalised communities and for health inequalities, as outlined in this motion. Please support lines 45 to 47. I support the idea of a sugar tax. Indeed, this motion will link in with our other policies at this conference on food and farming, and even what I was saying about the police earlier, community policing. As a doctor and newly elected Lib Dem councillor, I support the amendment to protect children from the harms of vaping and single-use vapes. I saw this directly when I was knocking on doors in the High Street in Bromsgrove last week. For a fair deal in public health, we need, as Michael Marmot would say, to build back fair. Please, for my patients and potential constituents, please support this motion.
Thank you, David. Conference, for your information, David was a first-time speaker at conference. Would Max Wilkinson from Cheltenham please stand by? I now call to speak against the motion Catherine Macy from York.
I was 5 when I first starved myself. I'd had a cold, and my mother begged me, please eat something, you've already lost weight. And I realized if I didn't eat, I would lose weight. We grew up in poverty, and I loved summer holidays because we couldn't afford to eat. There were no free school meals, so I could go days without eating. You might be able to notice that's not worked. I am still fat. This motion does not do what it actually sets out to do. It suggests that health is a moral thing, and it's a good thing to be healthy. Throughout my PhD, I've come across phrases such as healthy controls when papers are exploring autism. What does health mean, and when does it go too far? What we need for a health motion is a motion that discusses the way the NHS deserves better. The way that we need to improve these things is by making foods such as fruit and vegetables easier to access and cheaper, not by making food expensive. This motion will disproportionately harm working class people whom we need to get the vote of, and we need to convince that liberalism is the way forward for them. Health is an issue for all of us, but health means something different to all of us. I became physically disabled last year, and I'm really struggling coming to terms with being a fat, disabled person. Because I used to go running, I used to walk, I used to dance, and I miss it. I miss it so much. But that didn't mean that that I'm still not worthy because I can't do that anymore. It didn't mean that because I was fat, but I could do more than someone who was thin, meant that I wasn't worthy. Health is something that we all have in various ways. And as Vice Chair of the Disability Organisation, we wanted to amend this Time was an issue, I'm sure. But this motion does not look at helping people. It looks at punishing people. And as Liberals, I don't think we should support this. We deserve better. If the reference back comes, please reference it back, because this motion doesn't help. It harms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Would Jeremy Hargreaves from Croydon please stand by? I now call to speak in favour of the motion Max Wilkinson. Max is the party's PPC for Cheltenham.
Good morning, Conference. Well, on September the 6th last year, two momentous things happened. Firstly, we got a new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. And second, boo, thank you very much. Anyone else want to boo? Boo. There we go, that's what I was hoping for. And secondly, my wife Judith and I were at Gloucestershire Royal Hospital, and we welcomed our baby Elodie to the world. You should be clapping Judith, not me. Because of the events that day, we've spent most of the past year in a state of utter bewilderment, as you can probably imagine. There's been a lot of furrowed brows, there's been a fair bit of crying, and our lives got a lot more expensive. Because Elodie and Liz have much in common. They both know that the rule book doesn't apply to them. They both act with reckless abandon, and for reasons unknown, they both grin inanely at cheese. But I reckon if we'd put Elodie in Downing Street that day, she wouldn't have made such a mess of the economy. She's a well-behaved baby who appreciates the pressures on hard-pressed families. But I know what you're thinking. What does this have to do with public health? Well, in common with many people, Elodie is on the waiting list as a priority case for a minor surgical procedure. In years gone by, it would have been delivered with little or no delay. We have no date for an operation. The doctors told us that was the way things are at the moment. Now, there are many reasons that the NHS isn't working, and most of them relate directly to the shocking mismanagement of this Conservative government. But the challenge is even bigger. It doesn't take a genius to work out that a healthcare system that is free, when combined with an epidemic of unhealthy diets and inactivity, will not be sustainable for very long. We need to change to protect our precious NHS and the principles that underpin it. Even in a place like Cheltenham, which most of you would assume is full of wealthy people and healthy people, we have issues. More than 1 in 5 of our residents is classed as inactive. Inactivity is rife in the most deprived communities. In fact, it's twice as prevalent as it is in its wealthiest. Our childhood obesity statistics in our poorest areas are shocking, and they aren't good in our wealthiest areas either. But in Cheltenham, we have Lib Dems putting values into action. A few months ago, I was at our leisure centre with the managers of our local food banks to launch a unique offer. Thanks to a pioneering link with the local NHS, anyone who uses our food banks is entitled to free passes at our local leisure centre, so they can help themselves get healthy. Precisely what this motion is trying to deliver. So far, 60 of our poorest families are benefiting from the Feed Cheltenham Leisure Pass, helping them to get healthier. But Conference, make no mistake, those families are getting that help because Liberal Democrats are in power in Cheltenham, and we are putting our values into action. I urge you to help us do that today by supporting this motion, so we can continue the much-needed work to protect our NHS for the future and help us all be healthier and happier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Max. Would Simon Lepori from Trafford please stand by? I now call to speak in favour of the motion Jeremy Hargreaves from Croydon.
Treatment or advice from a medical expert when you need it is wonderful. But there is also something in tension with the liberal view of the world about receiving help from an expert, however welcome it is. Public health is even more of a challenge. Of course, preemptive population health, as this motion says, is the answer to many of our needs. But it's also often public servants being set objectives and targets to get citizens to change their freely chosen behaviour. If that doesn't set liberal teeth at least a bit on edge, then it should. Which is why the approach set out in this motion is so welcome. Firstly, it does make maintaining good health as far as possible, rather than fixing the dodgy roof only after it's finally caved in, the priority. And second, and most importantly, it puts us all, ourselves, at the heart of maintaining and managing our own health. As the model falls away of a health service treating specific episodes of illness with a quick and decisive intervention, to be increasingly replaced by using the stunning advances of modern science and medicine to manage ongoing conditions, often several at a time for many years. As we make that shift, it's right that we share our liberal vision of empowered citizens, supported by experts and information, into the domain of managing our own health. And by the way, as our demographic and technological developments increasingly mean we're moving from a past in which the government spends money on several things, one of which is health, to a future in which government day-to-day spending is predominantly on health, plus a few other smaller things, it's a financial necessity too. Making that liberal vision of empowered citizens taking control of managing their own lives and health needs a few things. Firstly, it needs the information we need available to us, easily, understandably, and in a practically useful way. It needs, of course, support from experts when needed, everyone from doctors to therapists and everyone else in between. It needs a system which understands that's its job, and a culture which promotes this sense of us being in control of our own health, supported as necessary. And it needs the rest of our lives, our communities, our environments to be arranged in ways which support that too. Conference, that's a radically different vision for how our health and care services should work. But it's what our Liberal Democrat, liberal view of people's control and responsibility for their lives means. It's fair to say that's not something that the NHS or any large system finds not only difficult, but fundamentally bewildering. It's not what systems think they're there to do. But is it necessary? Think back to your own personal experiences. None of us need to think very hard to remember times when we have felt done to, rather than in control of our managing our own health. Please support the motion, and more importantly, continue to think about ways in which our national health and care systems can reorient themselves to the fundamentally different task of providing excellent care, yes, but in a supporting role to people's management of their own health. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Would Fraser Graham from South Edinburgh please stand by? I now call to speak in favour of the motion Simon Lepori from Trafford.
Good morning, Conference. Thank you very much. Transforming the nation's health is a bold title. When I saw it, I said, yes, let's do this. Unfortunately, I found a few conflicts in there, and Lee Darg and those away, thank you so much. I'm supporting both amendments. Vapes, for instance, they should never be on shelves. They should always be under the counter, just like cigarettes are. That was never baked into the law when they were created. They're a nicotine product. They should be treated like cigarettes. That's where they should go. We should regulate rather than ban. Other than that, there's a lot in here that I like. A lot of the public health issues I like and I want to support. The thing that we seem to just have missed in here is the education element. And after 20 years in healthcare, myself, I know to get the best out of any patient, any individual, you have to talk to them. You have to make sure they understand why you're asking them to do something. And that just seems to be the disconnect. And that's because we've had nearly 15 years, actually, of public health cuts in this country. It's been stripped back to the bone because it's an easy cut. Our local councils are cutting it because no one is noticing it. That's why we don't have those big public health campaigns that you used to have when the NHS was first founded. That's why when I was a child in the 80s, someone used to come in and teach us how to brush our teeth properly and why we have to eat fruit and veg, and they'd actually embed it into my primary school education. That's not done by public health anymore. That's actually desperately being tried to do by our teachers without any specialist knowledge. I also go back to the mid-staffs crisis and the 15 standards of care that came out of that. Work in a person-centred way, because everyone's an individual. So support the two amendments and support the motion as a whole once it's amended. And thank you very much, Conference.
Thank you, Simon. We're now going to move on to two speakers on the separate vote on lines 45 to 47. So could I ask Kevin Langford from Kingston to please stand by? I now call to propose the deletion of lines 45 to 47 of the motion, Fraser Graham from South Edinburgh.
Conference, I admire that our party has an ambition to improve our nation's health, but this motion isn't it. Let's talk about syntax. Oh, sorry, no, I don't mean words, I mean the sugar taxes in this motion. We are in a cost of living crisis. Making food more expensive is a stupid idea, especially with no corresponding move to make the healthy food more affordable. And there's also unintended consequences there, raised very shortly to me by Charlie Heston over there, that, okay, yes, these sugar taxes might result in the sugar content of some drinks being reduced. But then what about someone who is having a hyperglycemic attack that is relying on the sugar content in that drink to help them? What about those who are allergic to the artificial sweeteners that will ultimately be put in there to replace the sugar that's been taken out? And then let's talk about healthy. Do I look healthy, conference? Well, thanks. Thanks to the person over there that shouted, yeah, I like that. But according to this motion, I'm part of the problem. Apparently I'm making the nation look bad by daring to be overweight, according to a BMI system which is woefully inadequate, especially when you're 6'7", because once you get about past 6 foot, that little squiggly line on the graph, it makes absolutely no sense. There are better measures out there, like cardiovascular health. But still, this motion fails to understand that actually, do you know what? There are healthy thin people, there are healthy fat people, there are healthy average-sized people. This motion, I'm sorry, but the word fat phobia comes to mind when I read some of the words that are in this motion, and I'm sure that wasn't what was intended. That's how it came across from me. And as a bisexual man, I already get enough fat phobia from inside the LGBT plus community. I don't need it from my party as well. So conference, I urge you to remove those lines, 45 to 47. But to be honest, I think this whole motion needs to either be rejected or referenced back. And I know there's a reference back request coming, so I'd urge you to support that. So that's my piece, conference. Please reject those lines, but ultimately, let's reject or reference back this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Fraser. Would Claire Alderson from St Albans please stand by? I now call to speak in favour of retaining lines 45 to 47, Kevin Langford from Kingston.
Thank you. I might agree with the previous speaker if what he said about lines 45 to 47 putting up prices was likely to be true. But there's lots of evidence that it's not. The soft drinks levy is an intervention that is working. It's been there 5 years, 6 years, and the evidence is that it has significantly reduced the sugar content in the soft drinks to which it applies, a sort of 40% sort of a reduction, and that it is making our drinks more healthy, and that it has not affected prices. So one should see this as a successful trial of a policy intervention which is now ripe for taking further. And it needs to be taken further because the current levy only covers quite a narrow range of products. What the medical profession tell us is that UK adults on average consume 20 grams too much sugar a day, and the evidence to date suggests that the levy is reducing sugar content by about 2 grams. Which is why the authors of the government's 2021 National Food Strategy advocated that taxes on sugar be expanded significantly before Boris rushed to shut them up. The thing that makes Liberals hesitate on this kind of tax is that you can see it as nannying, interfering, telling people what to eat. But that's not really what the levy does. It's much more about telling companies not to make us ill by selling harmful product. It's very similar to a tax on tobacco or a regulation that carcinogenic substances can't be included in our food. The soft drinks levy is good policy And as the motion proposes, we should extend it.
Thank you, Kevin. Could I ask Councillor Wendy Taylor to stand by? And we're now moving on to a number of speeches on Amendment 2. So could I ask Claire Alderson from St Albans to speak against Amendment 2?
Hello, Conference. This is my first time speaking, so please be kind to me. This early in the morning isn't also my keen time of the day, but I'm here to do my first speech against Amendment 2, which I was a bit nervous about, and it took me quite a bit of time on the train yesterday to figure out what it all meant and things like that. So on the first reading, the Amendment 2 makes a lot of sense. It seems to be mainly in agreement with the substantive motion. But then when I started to get my highlighter pen out and started cross-referencing things, I realised there were two key things that Amendment 2 was doing. First of all, it talks about vaping as a smoking cessation tool. The evidence on this conference is actually inconclusive. I've been busy Googling studies, and American, Australian, and British studies, including the Lancet, all say that in some cases, vaping has helped people stop smoking, but that is part of a program. It's not just them deciding to vape instead of smoke. It's part of a supportive program with community and NHS involvement. So therefore, I'm really against anything that says that vaping is a smoking cessation tool, because it is not proven, and I think it would be dangerous for us to enact this into a policy motion. The second thing that, with my highlighter pen and my cross-referencing on the train yesterday, was about single-use vapes. This amendment, when I actually got my head around it, wants to keep single-use vapes, even though there's a lot of words in it. Now, we all know the stories about the environmental vandalism of single-use vapes. They're designed in a single unit so that the plastic can't be separated. And then when I was researching it a bit more, I suddenly realised that there were 1.3 million of these disposed every year in the UK. And if the streets around where I live have got anything to do with it, most of it's in the gutters as well. So single-use vapes are not a good idea from an environmental perspective. The other thing is that we had quite a bit of talk about, in the proposer of the amendment, about whether vapes were a good idea or not. We're not talking about banning vapes. We're talking about banning single-use vapes, which is very, very different. I can just see my orange light come on, so I will just wrap up. We have to be very careful, in my view, about vaping. It's a pathway to addiction. 8% of 11 to 18-year-olds vaped in 2022. And that is because, and it's nothing to do with smoking cessation, it's nothing to do with how they're being advertised or anything like that. It's because single-use vapes exist. If they didn't exist, they wouldn't be using them. So, in conference, in my first speech, I'm surprised to be against something, but that's the way things go. I would ask you to vote against this amendment and the fact that it attempts to water down the excellent motion that we have to improve the state of the nation's health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claire. Would John Fraser from Croydon please stand by? And now called to speak in favour of Amendment 2, Councillor Dr. Wendy Taylor from Newcastle City.
Conference, I'd like you to support this excellent motion, reject the reference back, support Amendment 1, and I would also ask you to support Amendment 2. I'm concerned that an immediate ban on single-use vapes is a bad idea for the very reasons Lee mentions. But as a doctor, my main concern is that this could damage the legitimate use as an aid to smoking cessation. As a doctor, I'm well aware of the severe harm that is caused by smoking. It includes cancers of the lung, head and neck, heart disease, and chronic lung disease. So I was delighted by the introduction of e-cigarettes as a way of reducing this harm by helping adults to stop smoking cigarettes. But Conference, there is a huge difference between helping those already addicted to nicotine and allowing children who have never smoked to become nicotine addicts. It has been found that the brains of children and young people are wired differently from adults, so they get addicted to nicotine more quickly. And we don't yet know the long-term effects of vaping. Yet we currently have a deliberate attempt by vape manufacturers to get our children hooked. Why else would disposable vapes be clearly advertised and marketed to children using cartoons, brands, bright colours and different flavours? With pocket money prices, brand names like Elf Bar, Lost Mary and Jewel, and a loophole that allowed vapes to be given away for free to minors, is it surprising they are so attractive? As a result, the prevalence of vaping among 11 to 18-year-olds rose from 4% in 2021 to 8.6% in 2022, and shocking recent evidence suggests that 24% of children in the UK have tried vaping. In addition, many of the products in the UK are illicit and may contain high levels of toxic chemicals, including lead, nickel and chromium, which can be harmful to children. What is needed is for vaping products to be regulated in a similar way to tobacco products, to be in plain packaging and kept out of sight behind the counter, with mandatory age of sales signing on vaping products, and a ban on free samples to anyone. As I said, the use of vapes is a very important way of stopping smoking, and I disagree with the previous speaker. It does work. There is a swap to stop smoking scheme being targeted at over 1 million smokers in the UK at present, and it does work. So let's make sure we use vapes for the right reason and stop companies addicting our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. After the next speaker, we're going to move on to the reference back submitted by Karen Vyas. But now I call to speak in favour of lines 84 to 89 of the main motion, John Fraser from Croydon.
Thank you, Conference. I am a user of vapes, and I think mainly we as Liberals should accept the personal choice of others. But even as a vaper with social libertarian tendencies, I find myself supporting this motion, including Clause 6. Now, as a former smoker, I've found myself trying to buy vapes with tobacco flavour, but can't, often faced with a choice of flavours such as Mad Blue or Apple Peach. In desperation, I once asked what a new vape was and was told it was Gummy Bear. Now, that's a vape named after a bag of sweets loved worldwide by children. Gummy Bears even had their own cartoon series. The makers of these sweets have no connection with vaping, of course, so what are we going to get next year? Jelly Babies flavour? Or Dolly Mixtures flavour? Now, I did ask what self-respecting, trendy young adult, such as myself, would vape this flavour, and was told its popularity, quite blatantly, was with much younger people. Yes, the vape market needs regulation. Disposable pod vapes are also amongst a few products which have an immovable battery. Imagine the outcry if torches were run in the same way. Non-disposable pods exist. It's not difficult. You take it out, you put it in, this bit recharges. I have one. It tastes similar. The market is lazy. The market has its own reasons. It needs to be changed. It can be easily. Some in the media might think this is a liberal nanny state motion, as others have said, but even I, libertarian, know it's not. A sugar drinks tax is just the equivalent of those that have been accepted for the likes of alcohol. For example, 25% hospitalised from alcohol liver disease, but 1,750,000 with diabetes. Dangers in both products. Now, should the media still be in doubt, please find me outside later having a puff of my Apple Peach. Because Mad Blue, I think, is best saved for Conservatives. Conference support this motion, but those in the media, please, for the sake of the nation's health, report this motion as a fair, reasonable and vital one. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, Conference, we're now going to deal with the reference back. Some of you may be familiar with this process by now. It's potentially a two-stage process. In a moment, I'm going to read the statement of reasons why the motion should be referred back, submitted by Karen Vyas from South Lincolnshire and Rutland. and then you will vote on whether or not you want to hear a debate on the reference back. If you vote to hear a debate, we'll have one speaker on each side. So would Karen and the movers of the motion please stand by? If you vote not to hear the debate, we'll just go back to the normal order of debate. So here are the reasons which Karen is putting forward to refer back the motion to the Federal Policy Committee. And would online voters get ready to vote? Referencing back to FPC is the right decision because a healthy nation is vital to unburden the NHS. However, this motion proposes policies which are mostly either already in place or likely to be ineffective. The topic is of such importance that it is essential we get it right. It requires more consultation with the relevant sectors and professionals. We can and must do better. So, can I now see all those voting to hear a debate on whether or not to refer the motion back? And online voters should be voting now. Thanks very much. Can I see all those voting against hearing a debate on the reference back? So I'd like to see that again. And online voters, you don't need to vote again. You can carry on voting. Can I see all those voting to hear a debate on the reference back? Thank you. And can I now see all those voting against hearing a debate on the reference back? Just waiting for the online votes. Yeah, I think that is just carried. So what we're now going to hear is two speakers on whether or not to refer back the motion. So would the movers of the motion please stand by to oppose the reference back? And I now call Karen Vyas from South Lincolnshire and Rutland to propose the reference back. And each of these two speakers has 2 minutes.
Morning, conference. It's my first time speaking, so please be kind. Now, I've been practicing as an optometrist for 7 years, providing NHS care at both primary care and secondary levels. And I know that preventative care is essential to unburdening the NHS. But the problem is that this motion doesn't fully fulfill the objectives it wants to carry out. Although the objectives are laudable, we must and have to do better. A clear example of this is this motion calls for blood pressure checks to be expanded to pharmacies, but that already exists. It's already nationally commissioned by NHS England. And despite making the mantra the NHS holds of making every contact count, blood pressure checking isn't delivered by all primary care settings. Take my own speciality, optometry. We can diagnose high blood pressure just by looking at the back of the eye, non-invasively. But if I want a blood pressure check, I have to send it to a GP. I am not commissioned to actually take blood pressure. Now, the problem is that we carry out 20 million eye tests or eye examinations each year, and most of these end up in referrals and burden ophthalmology. 1 in 10 people waiting on a waiting list for the NHS is for ophthalmology alone. 1 in 10. That's 700,000 people waiting for treatment. Now, a true transformation of our nation's health requires a fully thought through strategy which consults with all organizations from all sectors. We must avoid attention-seeking, headline-grabbing, and short-termism in this area. The consequences can be catastrophic if we get it wrong. We must have a fully thought-through strategy which actually reforms primary care in its truest sense so that it can actually do its job about making our nation healthier. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Could I see someone from the movers of the motion to oppose, Daisy, to oppose the reference back, and then we'll vote on it.
Conference, I am incredibly proud to put this motion forward. It commits our party to the necessary measures that we need to enable and empower people to make a difference to their health in our country. It is a liberal approach which supports individuals in that way. And as a person with a hidden disability, I have struggled to recognise that actually health really is different for different people, and that is embedded in this approach. The main argument of, our colleague who is trying to reference this back is that this doesn't go far enough, that there should be more. And I agree there absolutely should be more. Unfortunately, the rules of our party are that the motion can only be so long. Hopefully, many of you will be aware that we have called for an extensive reform in primary care to make sure that we are fully using our pharmacists, our dental therapists, optometrists, you know what I'm trying to say, our eye doctors, there you go. We want to use people in primary care so much more. There are so many things they can be doing so that GPs can be looking after people with long-term conditions. But just saying that we should go far enough doesn't mean that we shouldn't at least adopt this as a starting point. If an election were to take place tomorrow, we would not have this motion in place. Now, this motion isn't the full answer to ending poor health or enabling people to live healthier lives. It won't fix the crisis in our NHS overnight, but it is a key and necessary step towards it. As I said, if there was an election tomorrow or in a few weeks or even in a couple of months, who knows, we would be left without some key policies about the prevention agenda and about how we can reinvest in public health. This is a really important motion, conference, but it's not the end of the story. As our health and social care spokesperson in Westminster, I am very happy to work with members on how we can build beyond this. We already consult regularly with a members group, the health and social care group, and Lee is leading that group wherever Lee has gone. And if you want to join it, please talk to Lee because we're in touch almost on a weekly basis. So thank you to everybody who's contributed to this debate, but please, for goodness sake, let's adopt this motion and make a real stand about how we want to transform the nation's health and save our NHS. Thank you.
Thank you, Daisy. So we are now going to vote on the reference back, so I'll open online voting. If you vote to refer the motion back, that's the end of the debate. If you vote against referring it back, we've still got 2 speakers to hear. So can I see all those in favour of referring this motion back to the Federal Policy Committee? Thank you very much. Can I see all those voting against referring the motion back? Thanks very much. And we'll just wait for the online vote to come in. Yes, that's very clearly against. We are not referring this motion back. Thank you, conference. So we're now moving to the summation speeches. No one has opposed Amendment 1, so there's no summation speech on that. So would Danny Chambers please stand by to summate on the main motion? And I now call Brandon Massey to summate on Amendment 2. Brandon is from Sutton Coldfield and North Birmingham. Sorry.
Good morning, conference. We've had an interesting debate on, mainly on the vast merits of this motion, and I understand that there's been some, opposition on how we've worded it. I've listened to Cathy speak their mind on it, and it's been very moving to hear their story. But my main focus here is to actually address the arguments against Amendment 2. One speaker spoke about how we using vapes is not effective in terms of stopping smoking. But if you look at the 22 Cochrane review on electronic cigarettes, we find that 6 more people in every 100 that take up electronic cigarettes do stop smoking versus other nicotine replacement therapies. And so we shouldn't be going for a sort of skepticism towards vaping, but I understand that is also vaping as a whole rather than disposable vapes. Now the thing is, with disposable vapes, we can't be certain that a disposable vape ban would actually be effective, I guess. We're only one country. I understand other countries in Europe are considering a disposable vape ban, but that's not going to be enough unless particularly widespread across Europe. We already have a large illicit market of disposable vapes. They contain quite a few heavy metals, and that is a big concern amongst people. I don't think me, Lee, or anyone in this room would be right in saying that we're happy with the current state of the disposable vape market. And that's why a ban won't necessarily address that. Customs is woefully underfunded, and in that case, if we are banning, we need a lot more funding towards that, and I'm not convinced we're going to be able to enforce the checks to ensure that vapes that we're detecting the disposable vapes and actually defining what that is versus other reusable vapes, and that's why we couldn't install regulations, work with our European partners, and see whether we can ensure that vapes are easily more recyclable. We have government schemes to actually to deposit vapes in like a deposit return scheme that is currently pursued through bottles and so forth, and we can also use taxes. I know there's some people here that are opposed to taxes. I'm not as opposed as some of the colleagues here, but we can use that to actually shift an incentive towards reusable vapes, like a flat charge to move to put it at parity with reusable vapes, and I think that would be good to actually ensure that both are accessible, but we have a preference towards reusable vapes, and I think that would be making it accessible. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much, Brendan. After the next speaker, we'll move to the votes, but now I call to summate on the main motion, Danny Chambers, parliamentary candidate for Winchester.
Morning. So I've been scribbling away trying to capture the opinions in this debate, and it turns out the only people who have worse writing than doctors are vets. So now we're going to see whether I can actually read what I've written. But thank you to everyone who spoke, because we had interesting input from people like David Nichols and other medical professionals giving their expertise. And we had people like Catherine Macy and others giving their personal experiences, which was very powerful. Many speakers spoke about how the inequality between rich and poor and how it's getting worse under this Conservative government. And it is indeed shocking that a girl born in a wealthier area of the country can expect to live 19 longer years of healthy life than a girl born in a more deprived area. And since 2015, the Conservatives have slashed spending on public health, more so in more deprived areas. Now, both my medical training and my experience of working in global public health programs have taught me again and again that it is always more cost-effective to prevent a disease than it is to treat it. But our healthcare system, it is increasingly focusing on treating people in hospital once they've become sick, rather than focusing on keeping them healthier in the first place. So just last Monday, I was out in Winchester and I spoke to a nurse who works for the Diabetes Prevention Programme, which many of you may have heard of. In 1 year alone, it prevented 18,000 people from developing diabetes. And she is telling me how worried she was that the funding for that programme is being cut. Now, quite clearly, the budget for this programme, cutting the budget for this programme, won't save the NHS any money in the long run, because thousands of more people will then require long-term and expensive treatment of this terrible disease. Because this approach, It is akin to buying more fire extinguishers because you're removing the smoke alarms as a cost-saving exercise. Now, I totally understand that some people in this room are genuinely worried that the policies in this motion are creating a nanny state. But I completely disagree, and I'll tell you why. It is a call for a proactive government that not only delivers treatment when people fall ill, but it also takes decisive steps to safeguard their health and prevent illness from occurring in the first place. Because when the evidence is clear, as with smoking bans in public places and with seatbelts, it would be negligent for a government to ignore measures that will improve and save lives. So I urge you to keep our commitment to the sugar tax in this motion, because rarely has a policy been so successful. But don't take my word for it, because these are the stats. Between 2015 and 2019, the total amount of sugar in soft drinks has been reduced by over a third. Now that is over 48,000 tons of sugar that has been taken out of our collective diets. Of course, people should be free to make their own choices, but we need to empower people to make healthier choices. And as for the cost, I was involved in our food and farming paper, which is being discussed tomorrow. We are putting forward several measures that would decrease the cost of healthy foods for struggling families. Now, I also urge you to vote down Amendment 2 on single-use vapes, because these are an environmental disaster in an age where we cannot afford it. Now, it's interesting to hear the discussions about Liberals not liking bans, which I totally understand. But the substances in the vapes are not being banned. They are still available in the legal vapes.
Please draw your remarks to a close.
Okay, keeping single-use vapes, they're as environmentally irresponsible as single-use plastics. So I will finish there. I'll urge you to vote against Amendment 2, retain the lines in the separate vote, and finally vote for this motion as a whole, because this motion is a vital part of our plan to save our NHS, make our country a happier and healthier place to live, and turn our NHS from being a national sickness service to a national health service. So thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Danny. Okay, Conference, we now have a series of 4 votes, and we're going to open the first 3 of them online for people voting online simultaneously, since they don't rely on each other. But obviously in the hall, we're taking them one by one. So first of all, we'll vote on Amendment 1, then Amendment 2, then on the separate vote on lines 45 to 47, and then on the main motion as amended or not, as the case may be. So, first of all, we'll do Amendment 1. Can I see all those voting in favour of Amendment 1? Thank you very much. Can I see all those voting against Amendment 1? Okay, thank you very much. Just leave it a little while for the online votes to come in. I can see the numbers climbing steadily. Yeah, okay, that amendment is very clearly carried. Thank you very much. We'll now vote on Amendment 2. Can I see all those in favour of Amendment 2? Thank you very much. And can I see all those against Amendment 2? Thank you. I'll just give the online voters a little while. Yeah, that motion is very clearly defeated. All right, we're now going to move on to the separate vote on lines 45 to 47 of the main motion. So first, I will ask people to vote who wish to delete these lines from the motion. All those in favour of the deletion of these lines, please show. Thank you very much. And all those now in favour of retaining these lines in the motion. Thank you. Those lines are clearly retained in the motion. So we will now vote on the main motion as amended by Amendment 1 only. Can I see all those in favour of the main motion as amended by Amendment 1? And online voters should vote now. Thank you very much. Can I see all those against the motion? Thanks very much. We'll just give the online voters a little while to come up. We didn't give them very long for this, so we'll leave them a little longer. While we're waiting for it to come in, just a little word of advice on people wanting to speak in debates. You will always massively increase your chance of being called if you put in your card well in advance of the debate. If you put in your card in the middle of the debate, you have very little chance of being called, and that did happen this morning. These debates are quite complex to plan, and we plan them a long time in advance. Yeah, that's very clear online as well. The motion is overwhelmingly carried. Thank you very much, Conference. Sorry to those speakers we couldn't call. We had almost twice the number of cards in as we had time for. Thanks to my aides, Councillor Darrell Smalley and Councillor Shafat Mohammed. And now hand over to John Ball for the next session.
So please settle yourself quickly because due to the reference back we are running behind schedule, so we need to crack on with the next item quickly. So please, if you're leaving the auditorium, do so quickly. If not, please sit down. We're going to immediately start the next item. Right, good morning, Conference, and welcome to F18, the constitutional amendment on adding young Liberal reps to party committees. The amendment starts on page 47 of the agenda. There is also one secondary amendment, which starts on page 7 of Conference Daily, and there is a note to explain its effect. And all this information is also available in the Conference app and online via the agenda link on the Conference Live page. I've received far more cards than I've got time to call in this brief debate, so I urge all speakers to keep to time so that we can fit more in. So, will Mark Pack please stand by, and I now call Janie Little, the Chair of the Young Liberals, to move the constitutional amendment.
Good morning, Conference. So the purpose of this constitutional amendment is to give the Young Liberals a voting seat on both Federal Policy Committee, FPC, and Federal Conference Committee, FCC. Currently, there is no Young Liberals representation on FCC. However, on FPC, it's generally been the practice that the Young Liberals policy officer has been co-opted onto the committee. But this seat is non-voting, and FPC has to choose to co-opt the Young Liberals rep, and so in theory, FPC could at some point choose not to do so. So this amendment would secure a Young Liberal seat on FPC, and it would add one to FCC. Young Liberals have representation at lots of different levels within the party. So at the federal level, we have a seat on the federal board, we have 3 representatives on Federal Council, and we have a seat on the Federal International Relations Committee.
At the state level, we have a seat on each of the state executives and on multiple other state committees as well. The accepted principle in the party that it is important that young people have a seat at the table can even be seen at the level of local parties, where we typically see youth officers. In fact, there are currently Young Liberal seats on the state policy and conference committees, and Young Liberals have continued to contribute massively positively to these. For example, in England, the Young Liberals rep has coordinated with regions on policy going to federal and regional conferences, and regions have asked our current rep for advice on improving their policy processes. In Scotland, Young Liberals have been at the forefront of the fight on trans rights and the response to the UK government blocking the Gender Recognition Reform Bill. Thank you. In Wales, the Welsh Young Liberals have negotiated a pause on the prices of students from the Welsh Young Liberals attending the upcoming Welsh Conference, allowing more young people to be able to attend the upcoming Welsh Conference. Young Liberals are having a real positive impact on these committees, and so we should absolutely bring the federal party into alignment with what the states are doing and pass this constitutional amendment. When it comes to FPC, at this conference, you've seen the Young Liberals pass a fantastic motion on period poverty, and you'll see tomorrow that we're a really strong voice in the party on housing as well. Having a Young Liberal in the room means that young voices are heard on issues affecting us, which is why FPC has continued to co-opt a Young Liberals rep, and that's why we should secure the Young Liberals representation on FPC today. On FCC, a lot of the motions submitted to conference come from Young Liberals, so on a really practical point, it would be a really useful thing for FCC to have a designated contact point with the Young Liberals. We've also been behind the conference app, and we might be able to trial things at our conferences to see how they work before new ideas come to federal conferences. Young Liberals has also been a strong voice on safeguarding and welfare at conferences, so that we could really add some value to FCC. I think another really important benefit of having Young Liberal seats on party committees is that it helps us to develop the next generation of committee members. When I was the Young Liberals policy officer, I was co-opted onto FPC, and without that experience, I would not have had the confidence to run in the internal elections for the Federal Policy Committee. Thanks to that experience, I'm now a directly elected member of that committee. When young people in the party get the chance to learn and develop, they gain the confidence and skills to become brilliant committee members and to contribute to the party in bigger and better ways. Otherwise, running for positions in the party can seem like a really scary thing to do. I think particularly for women and for people from diverse backgrounds, it can be so tricky to build up that courage to put yourself forward. And I'm one of a number of young women who have really benefited from these opportunities to grow and develop. So not only is this amendment the sensible thing to do to bring the federal party into alignment with what the states are doing, but it can help to develop young talent in the party, all while enriching the work of our committees. Please support this constitutional amendment. I thank Mark as well for the discussions we've had on this. Young Liberals have no preference on his amendment, so vote how you see fit, but regardless of whether Mark's amendment passes, please do support this constitutional amendment as a whole and vote in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, Janie. Will Luke Richards please stand by? And I now call Mark Pack to move Amendment 1.
Thank you, John. There is perhaps a cryptic simplicity to my amendment to change G to H, so let me explain it and emphasise that I'm speaking for myself because this isn't an official board amendment. The way the motion is drafted, it wouldn't just add extra Young Liberal members to both the policy and conference committees, it would also add a further additional elected member who could be anyone to the policy committee. That's because of the way 10.21G is worded. Adding an extra YL member to FPC also, as it's worded, would bump up by one the size of that block of FPC members that we all elect in our big elections every 3 years. Now, I think there's a good case for adding Young Liberal members to FPC and FCC. I've had the pleasure of working alongside a Young Liberal person on the board, first as a board member and then as your president, and I know how valued their contributions always are and how strong the support was from members for retaining that YL post when we did the big board reforms last year. Of course, you will also hear in this debate arguments against the change come to your mind about whether to support it or not. Maybe you'll agree, maybe not. But if we collectively decide we do want to add those extra Young Liberal posts, why then also pad out the policy committee with an extra person, as if we specially need to protect the policy committee against this extra YL person by adding in someone else as a bodyguard? If you're that suspicious of what a young Liberal member might get up to and think we need to protect the committee by giving it another person on top too, well, maybe then don't vote for the package in the first place. Because adding extra people to committees without a compelling reason isn't cost-free. The larger a committee is, the less back and forth discussion there can be amongst members. And I'm sure we all remember just how cumbersome those voting ballots were for our internal elections. If we add an extra FPC member on top, those ballots will be even more cumbersome next time round. Now, you may hear some people say that we should do the padding because it's about a principle. There should always be a block of people we elect in one tranche. You should always make up the majority of that committee. So I would say two things to that. First, it's a principle we've long since moved away from. When we added, for example, the voting full board member post of the Vice President for BAME matters, we didn't then pad out the board by adding an extra board member at the time. And indeed, the Young Liberal motion in front of us itself would break that principle because it doesn't add an extra member to conference committee because of the different way that that clause is worded. But also, I would say, I don't think it's a great principle to think that a young Liberal elected member somehow isn't democratic enough, so that we have to elect someone else in addition to protect our democracy. Our youth and student members electing someone to represent themselves is absolutely democratic enough. So please support this amendment, avoid unnecessary padding for FPC, and make the motion a clearer, simpler, better choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Will Rachel Barker please stand by? And I now call Luke Richards from Southwest Birmingham, who's speaking for the motion but against the amendment.
Good morning, Conference. I don't know if it's the most Lib Dem thing I've done, but being in the party nearly 20 years and then making my first conference speech on a constitutional amendment is probably up there. So I've never spoken at conference before, but when I was elected to FPC for the first time last November, I was actually quite astonished to learn that the Young Liberals didn't have an automatic voting rep on the committee. In our first meeting, one of the business decisions we made was to approve the continuing habit of inviting a YL rep to attend the committee on a non-voting basis. And while this is better than nothing, the fact that YL's representation on the committee is at the discretion of the committee itself felt to me very precarious, so I was actually very pleased to see this constitutional amendment being moved. Federal committees have protected representation of many underrepresented groups through diversity quotas at elections. There are allocated spaces on committees for women and non-binary people at 40%, disabled members at 10%, LGBTQ+ members at 10%, and ethnic minority members at 10%. But despite being a recognised and established section of the party, youth members are not guaranteed any representation despite the absolutely vital work that YL does and the important role of youth and young people in politics. I should probably declare that despite being 35 years old, I am actually technically a member of YL as I've spent the past year as a full-time master's student, but my association with YL goes back a long way. Well, back then it was LDYS, and then it was Liberal Youth. But over the years, I've seen the vital work that the party's youth wing does and the important representative role that it plays in the party's politics. While YL might itself have no stated position on it, I would like to briefly speak against, in opposition to the amendment to this constitutional amendment. We are getting quite Lib Dem now, aren't we? Speaking about FPC, I genuinely believe there have been a number of important decisions over this past year where I have strongly felt the value of having a majority of directly elected members on the committee. That's my personal experience. And I believe that this is an important principle to maintain, even if it does increase the committee ever so slightly, and it really isn't a huge amount. For that reason, I can see that Amendment 1 is well-meaning, but it's not something I'm going to support. Conference, it is about time we gave our party's youth wing an allocated place on these federal committees. YL already has an allocated place on many committees across the party, so this amendment merely brings FPC and FCC in line with standard practices in some other places. I ask you to vote against Amendment 1, but to support the Constitution Law Amendment as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Will Rebecca Jones please stand by? And I now call Rachel Barker from Sheffield, who's speaking against the motion as a whole.
Thank you, Chair, Conference, for the opportunity to speak. The reason I joined the Liberal Democrats and the reason I'm here at conference today is because I'm a passionate believer in democracy. The Liberal Democrats have always striven to make their processes as democratic as possible, and this is one of the things that I value about our party. But some ideas that can seem at first glance to be good for democracy are actually quite bad ideas if you really think about what is being asked and the likely impact of it. Allowing this motion would make these committees less democratic by increasing the number of co-opted members, and the amendment further undermines democracy by seeking to remove the requirement for one more directly elected member than co-opted members, collectively, removing the directly elected majority, which I see as a core democratic principle. Democracy is further undermined because the young Liberal representative need not have been elected by the full young Liberal membership, as the method of election is not specified. This motion could also reduce the diversity of committee membership, as co-opted members are not subject to the quota system, as this only operates on directly elected members, which already leads to a lack of gender balance, for example. Let us bear in mind that young Liberals do not share any one protected characteristic, not even age. When speakers refer to young Liberals, they don't mean Liberals who are young, they mean members of a lobby group who may not be representative of all members who are young. Our younger members are already entitled to stand for elected places, and they can and do win election on their own merits. If there is underrepresentation of our younger members, this would be better addressed by mentorship and the quota system. So it is not clear exactly who the beneficiaries of this motion would be. The overall effect of this motion, therefore, is to make these committees less democratic and potentially less diverse. I urge you to vote against the amendment and against the motion of a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Will Jeremy Hargreaves please stand by? And I now call Rebecca Jones from Newton Abbot, who is speaking for the motion as a whole. Rebecca is the YL Policy Officer. Is Rebecca here? Doesn't look like it. Okay, yeah, we'll... hang on a second. Yeah, sorry, so will Lucy Tong please stand by? And I now call Jeremy Hargreaves to speak against the motion as a whole.
Liberal youth are really important to the party and should have a reserved vote on the policy committee. I can definitely see why the executive Liberal youth would want that. Our international members are really important to the party and should have a reserved vote on the policy committee. I can definitely see why the executive Lib Dems abroad would want that. Our BAME members are really important to the party and should have a reserved vote on the policy committee. I can definitely see various groups and others would want that. All of these, and many, many more, I have heard make the case that their organisation has been having a think about how it can increase its impact on the party policy making and has decided the answer is a reserved place for themselves on FPC. That makes complete sense for every individual group and I have no criticism of it. But conference, it's our job for the party as a whole to take the view across the whole party. At the last count, we had 44 affiliated organisations, as well as many more interest groups, all of which bring massively important perspectives to our policy making. That is great. But we can't say yes to them all. Or we do have a committee of perhaps 100 people, which is a very different creature. And in reality, the real decision making would move elsewhere, and the policy committee wouldn't then really be the policy committee. Or perhaps, to put it differently, we can say yes to a key role in policy making for them all. And that's what we're doing now, conference. There's virtually nothing that FPC discusses which doesn't then come here for you to decide, including the manifesto that we'll be discussing the draft of this afternoon. I am a very big fan of young Liberals having an important voice in policy making, And I'm very welcoming on FPC to young Liberal representatives, and various people who've done that role have kindly said that they certainly agree with that. And for those of you who haven't been to FPC meetings, you might not know that Young Liberals do have several strong voices there. They currently include the chair of Young Liberals, Janie, who's elected to FPC by you, party members. They include Tara, a recent former chair of Young Liberals, also elected by you, party members. And that's been pretty common over the years. On top of that, it's now very long established that FPC also co-opts the Young Liberal policy officer, currently Rebecca. So that's 3. And although it's technically true that they don't have a vote, in reality on FPC, that is a technicality. Janie, you used the words in theory, and you're right. And although it's been said that FPC might not co-opt them, that has been the case for, I think, the entire history of the party, certainly for all of this century. So it is a technicality, not least because FPC actually has contested votes on policy questions very rarely indeed, certainly not at most meetings. And everyone accepts that Young Liberal members and reps are certainly welcome to speak on equal terms. Your influence at FPC depends on how strong the case you make is, not anything else. It also works very well as a ladder to future involvement, as Janie said. All this means that of all the groups I've mentioned, Young Liberals in fact have one of the weakest cases for a reserved spot on FPC. If you add up those 3, that's 10% of FPC membership, which is great. As I've said, I really welcome that, but it does mean I don't think we need to worry excessively about Young Liberals not having a voice at FPC. You, conference, make the final decisions on policy. As far as FPC goes, however much we might want to, we can't have reserved spaces for all, especially those already well represented. Please don't start the process this morning, of which this would be just the beginning, of turning FPC into a body made up of reserved places for specific interest groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Will Mark Pack please stand by to summate and for the amendment? And I now call Lucy Tong from Harrow, who is speaking for the motion as a whole and is the YL Accessibility and Diversity Officer.
Hello, conference. I'd first like to start by correcting a couple of factual errors. The Young Liberals are not a lobbying group. Everyone under 30 in the party is automatically a Young Liberal. You do not have to pay and separately join like you do for other AOs. You are automatically a member if you are under 30 years old. I also look forward to receiving the Liberal Youth Tax from Jeremy Hargreaves. We are the Young Liberals now and have been for several years. I'm sure someone will send you the link. The difference between the Young Liberals and other AOs, I'm on the exec of several other AOs, the LDDA and also Plus. The FBTC exists for these groups to have that outlet. That does not exist for the Young Liberals. We are outnumbered by older members in the party, so the chances of us being elected are lower, alongside the fact that there is a culture of distrusting the experience of young people, the amount of times that people under the age of 30, by the age of 30, you've had significant experience if you're talking about things like housing, if you're talking about things like education, if you're talking about any issue. We've had enough experience by the time we're 18 to 30, right? And people are younger than that who join the Young Liberals. Not trusting the experience of young people means that our policy is skewed towards the opinions of older members of the party. And as a good friend of mine regularly reminds me, we're not just the future, we are the present. And that is important to make sure that we have an influence on policy. So there is, I'd argue that there is a strong argument for having a Young Liberal. We are not like other AOs. Everyone under 30 is automatically a Young Liberal. We submit an incredible amount of policy. We have our own policy officer. We have our own manifesto. So it's important that we make sure that, sorry, it's a policy book, but same difference. It's important that we have somebody there to be able to have some say in the process. And I very much disagree with the fact that we don't have a strong case because see all of the above. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Will Louise Harris please stand by to summate for the substantial amendment, and I now call Mark Pack back to summate for his amendment.
Thank you, John. I should warn Chris that I think I too first spoke in a debate at party conference on a constitutional amendment, so who knows where that path is going to lead you in the coming years. And I think Chris and others made a really good point about the importance of a strong democratic grassroots voice on our party committees. And if we were talking about maybe just after a general election at which we've elected a lot more MPs and maybe adding an extra MP to, say, FPC, absolutely, I can see the power of the argument in saying, well, let's add an extra person to that block that we elect as well. But in this case, we're not talking about adding an establishment leadership patsy, as it were, to the committee. We're talking about adding a young Liberal, an elected young Liberal member. Now, there are many ways of describing young Liberals, but I think establishment leadership patsies is probably one of the least plausible. So in a sense, what we are doing is actually strengthening that grassroots voice by adding a young Liberal post, if that's what we decide to do by passing the motion. But if we also increase the size of FPC at the same time, we're at the very moment we're saying, let's add this extra post, we're also saying, well, let's dilute its impact by making the committee bigger and making that voice a smaller proportion of the overall committee. So I think if we think this overall motion is the right thing to do, and personally I do, having seen how it works on the board, then let's do it in full, rather than do it and then immediately dilute it. So I urge you to vote for the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. And finally, I now call Louise Harris from South Gloucestershire, who's the English Young Liberals Honorary President, to summate for the Constitutional Amendment.
Good morning, Conference. You might wonder why I'm standing here when I'm clearly past 30 and I'm not a student, I have to add. Well, I was a National League of Young Liberals executive member 1984 to 1986. I joined the party 41 years ago this week, the Liberal Party as it was then, at Kingston Poly Freshers' Fair, and then as now automatically became a Young Liberal, because that's the historic title. I'm now extremely pleased and honoured to be the Honorary President of the Young Liberals. I met a 1980s Young Liberal in the bar last night, and I said to him, I'm Honorary President of the Young Liberals now. And he said, oh, that's fantastic. I said, I'm speaking on Constitutional Amendment tomorrow. And he said, of course you are, Louise. Definitely peak. Now, I'm here to say how important Young Liberals are and how important they are for the future of the party as policy makers, as representatives on all committees, as it was indeed back in the dark ages, in the 1980s, when we had the old Liberal Party, which is really going back a long way for a lot of people. Young people are not just leaflet fodder to turn up at by-elections and deliver thousands of leaflets on the most difficult routes, although that is clearly an important part. I just wanted to mention, to name-check a few people who I was in the Young Liberals with. Originally, I was mentored by the fantastic historic duo known as Harris, Hayes and Tilley, Steve Harris, Roger Hayes and John Tilley, all three of whom went on to become leaders of Kingston Council. And when I first joined, Steve Harris was just about young enough to still be a young Liberal. I said to somebody else in the bar, theme here, isn't there, that Roger Hayes and others taught me everything I know, and Roger delights in telling people he's known me since I was 19. So from my generation of Young Liberals, we produced a couple of MPs, Adrian Sanders and Martin Horwood, and if you count our friend Scottish Young Liberal Alistair Carmichael, we even had a cabinet member. From my generation, there were people who went on to have long careers in local government and also became council leaders, including Mike Cooper. Ollie Grenda was a Kingston Young Liberal with me, and she, of course, ended up as a baroness. Who'd have thought that back in the day? So this is the importance of having Young Liberals with a proper voice on the committees in the party, because they are the future. They are the future MPs, they are the future Lords, if we still have Lords eventually, they are the policy makers, they are the leaders out there in local government and also in wider society. On the suggestion of the democracy bit of this, the Young Liberals are different as an AO because they represent a very specific group. They are the largest AO in the party, and we are asking that this person is still, this person we are asking for will still be directly elected by the Young Liberals. So I'm asking you to vote for the future of the party, people who will one day be old hacks like me. And this is how we give genuine credence to our young people and make them feel they are really important, which they truly are. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. So we now move to a series of 2 votes, which you can take part in here or at home. First, we'll vote on Amendment 1, which needs a simple majority. So those at home can already have the vote open, can start voting. Can I see those in the hall who are in favour of Amendment 1? Okay, thank you. And can I see those against Amendment 1? Okay, thank you. So we're just waiting for people to vote at home. So that is very clearly carried both here and at home. So finally, we'll move to the vote on the substantive constitutional amendment as amended by Amendment 1. This requires a 2/3 majority. So we're not quite open yet. Just hang on a second. Right, sorry about the delay there. So the vote is now open at home. Can I see all those who are in favour of the substantive constitutional amendment as amended? As I say, this requires a 2/3 majority. Thank you. And can I see those against? Great, thank you. So we've got the votes in from online, and the vote had a 2/3 majority both here and there. So the constitutional amendment is very clearly carried. Thank you to the speakers and to the many speakers actually that I wasn't able to call. I'd also like to thank my aide here, Simon McGraw, and my aide in the hall, Alex Wagner. I now hand over to Jeremy Hargreaves, who will chair F19. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We are now moving on to motion F19, investing in our children's future. For this motion, as well as the original motion in the main agenda, you will also need 2 amendments which are in the Conference Extra and Conference Daily. There are also a bunch of drafted-in amendments which you will see listed there, which we are not going to be debating, but they are relatively small changes to the main motion. So we will have 2 amendments moved in due course. Could I please ask Jane Bonham Carter to stand by to speak next? And please could I ask Callum Robertson to come and move the motion as a whole?
I can almost feel the love. I want to talk about Mike. Mike was born in Perth on a council estate in Letham. His mum was a dinner lady and his dad was a train guard who left school at 14 because his dad died and he had to become the main earner for his family. Mike went on to his local comprehensive, as most children in that situation do, and was the first in his family to go to university, had a brain for maths. And following this, he qualified as an accountant and got married and had 2 sons. The youngest one is me. And his story is one of achieving social mobility through education. His story is one of that very liberal mantra that everyone has the opportunity to be successful. Despite anyone's background, working hard will get you a good deal, a fair deal. And that's why I'm quite angered at the really casual low standards being promoted by the Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan, when she said in the aftermath of Results Day, "Don't worry about your grades. No one will care about them in 10 years' time." Words that devalue the hard work of brilliant people in our country and the hard work of our educators who get them those grades. Not to mention, it makes it really hard for me to motivate my classes. Though I'm admittedly unsurprised by the cavalier attitude of this Conservative government when it comes to education. With 6 education secretaries in as many years, one serving for just 48 hours, the Conservative grade for education is inadequate and its government should be put into special measures. Compare this to the clear attitude of the Liberal Democrats. Ambitious, irrelevant, the proposal is before us today. Our opening offer could not be clearer. The prospect of academic excellence for every pupil. A Conservative party that has wrecked the system versus a Liberal Democrat party with a plan to fix it. The words may not excite you, but evidence-based policy is what we're doing here today. I can assure you guys, they excite me. Maybe because I'm boring, but actually, they excite me because our nation is crying out for a plan. And what we're promising is a simple and unrelenting race to the top in education. We're not accepting second place for Britain's school children anymore. For too long, we have been held back by low standards, forced on us by the Conservatives. And our driving mantra will be 3 R's: reform, recruit, and raise standards. Too often, schools are left with the bill for children with high needs. So we're going to start by reforming how we fund special educational needs education in our country. We're going to fix this by increasing local authority funding to half the cost for schools, freeing up extra money, real money, for our schools and children with EHCPs. We're going to make sure that councils aren't, as I read in The Guardian yesterday, having targets to limit the number of EHCPs they'll hand out. We should never put some of our most vulnerable children in that situation. That is simply unconscionable. And we have a plan. We have a lot of plans today. To solve the recruitment and retention crisis facing our teacher workforce. This is a really straightforward, common sense solution. We're going to give our key workers a fair deal by actually paying trainee teachers. Trainee teachers are asked to do an unpaid internship for a year in order to be allowed to get a job. It is a source of national shame and embarrassment that we expect trainee teachers to work for free. And we're going to relentlessly raise standards in schools with a schools inspectorate that acts as a critical friend, not a hated enemy of our teachers and schools. An inspectorate that supports our schools to become outstanding providers of education for our young people. In consultation with the unions, we have listened to the education profession and understand there is a lack of trust teachers currently have in Ofsted. However, we've also listened to parents. And parents who, like teachers, want their children's schools to be the world's best in the world and safe and effective places where their child learns and succeeds. So I'm afraid we've come up with another plan. We're going to separate out finance and safeguarding and put them into annual checks to make sure that actually our children are safe and our schools are financially run. But also, it's going to take workload off our already burning out teachers. This is going to let teachers teach, let students learn, and let our administrators administrate. We're going to provide the resources to do this. We're going to give schools and Ofsted the space to work together professionally and constructively to the benefit of our young people in areas like teaching, learning, and student outcomes, the bits that really matter in our education system. This is a real and tangible change that benefits everyone. And we recognise also that not everyone walks into our schools with the same opportunities. We are going to give our most vulnerable children a fair deal with 3 straightforward changes to raise their attainment. Firstly, we're going to expand the free school meals system to ensure that every child in poverty has a fair crack at the school day with a full stomach and a hot and healthy lunch in them. Success will no longer be defined on a child's hunger, but defined by their ability to compete on a truly level playing field. We will also address the mental health crisis with a qualified mental health practitioner in every single state-funded school in our country. We will not let success be impacted because a child is struggling with mental ill health. Every child will have an opportunity to go to a school that is equipped to deal with that professionally, appropriately, and effectively. And we will genuinely abolish the disadvantage gap once and for all, with more and better targeting of pupil premium funding, including additional support for people who experience our care system. Success will no longer be based on where you come from, but where you are going. So we have a plan. I think we've been clear there. What Munira and I need from you now is passion. Passion to take this to parents, to teachers, to school pupils, to our country. We have a general election coming up, and we need to sell our vision for education.
I must ask you to finish up, please.
We need from you the belief that we can raise standards in a better and more well-rounded education system, an education system that believes that every single child is unique and deserves our support to make the most of our education. I know that this is the right plan to deliver that vision. Let's take education forward and back this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Callum. Would Alistair Mitten please stand by? And I now call Jane Bonham Carter to move the First Amendment.
Great speech, Callum. There was certainly passion there. Hello, conference. I'm speaking in support of the amendment to the schools motion about creative subjects. Our creative industry sector is huge. It employs millions of people and has grown at twice the rate of the UK economy over the last decade. But rather than fueling this powerhouse and championing this sector, the Conservative government offers confused strategies, obstacles to achievement, and a total lack of recognition for the sector's potential in their educational policies. The number of students taking arts and creative subjects at GCSE has fallen between 2015 and 22 by 35%, and at A-level by 16%. And things are only getting worse. Over the past year alone, GCSE and A-level entries in drama, music, art and design have continued to decline dramatically. While our international competitors are championing their creative industries, this Conservative administration is doing the opposite. Conference, unlike this frankly Philistine government, we believe art subjects are strategic priorities. A big problem is the English Baccalaureate, with its present STEM criteria. This ignores the fact that there shouldn't be a choice between arts and science, that they are symbiotic, that what employers want is a blend. As Liberal Democrats, we have always argued for STEAM, A, signifying the inclusion of arts. Conference, we must give power to Ofsted to monitor the curriculum so that outstanding ratings are given to schools that can demonstrate excellence in creative teaching as well as in academic subjects. We want the importance of cultural education to be embraced by all our schools because it's a fact that private schools recognise the benefits and entice parents with access to culture. And this in turn feeds into the problem of the lack of diversity in every sense across the creative industries, meaning that the UK's creative workforce does not adequately reflect the UK population. Engaging in the arts not only fosters individual creativity and self-expression, but also boosts the confidence and motivation of young people, leading to improved well-being and improved school attendance. And they are, I believe, crucial to social cohesion. We are an island with a wealth of creative talents, which have shaped and illuminated our history and national identity and our wonderfully diverse United Kingdom. However, we cannot be complacent. The sector is fragile. It needs attention and nurturing to continue to flourish, and education is the key. I end by quoting Grayson Perry. So for so many people, doing art isn't something they come across until they are taught it at school. The idea that art will look after itself, that society will breed untaught geniuses, is rubbish. Conference, please support this amendment.
Thank you very much. Would Paul McGarry please stand by? And I now call Alistair Mitten from Ealing to come and move the second amendment.
Good morning, Conference. I beg to move Amendment 2, that we support the education of children living in temporary accommodation by extending Pupil Premium Plus to them. As Munira reminded us yesterday, we have always been the party of education, and in particular, the party that cares about the most disadvantaged children, the ones who start with the weakest hand, the ones with the highest mountains to climb. Over 100,000 families are currently in temporary accommodation, with over 130,000 children between them. Munira's account of the Afghan girls was on a whole different level. But in this country, it's hard to imagine anything more traumatic for a child than to be torn from their nest, the place where they should feel at their safest, and be transported away from the support systems that they depend upon, sleeping in a strange bed, in a strange place, without the comfort of their friends nearby, would be traumatic enough. But all too often, they find themselves in a new school as well. It is little wonder that this group of kids need extra help and support. They need our support. Extending Pupil Premium Plus to this group of disadvantaged kids will go some way towards levelling that playing field. A recent case in my own constituency of Ealing Central and Acton saw a family of 5, mum, dad, 2 toddlers and a young child. I should maybe say 5.5 because mum was expecting her 4th and sadly suffering very badly with antenatal depression. So much so that dad was forced to stay at home and look after the kids. The consequence was, of course, that they fell behind with the rent and were served with a Section 21 by their landlords. As neither of them were working, they were unable to find alternative accommodation and were forced to turn to Ealing Council for help. They were sent to a hotel some 5 miles away. The journey to the child's school takes over an hour, including a substantial walk, just to get to public transport. Obviously, that child's education has suffered considerably. She deserves your help. There will be some who may argue that this country cannot afford the extra few million quid that it will take. I say we cannot afford to leave them by the wayside. We cannot afford the tragic waste of talent that will be the consequence of not supporting them. Charlie Chaplin was in a children's home in Ealing as a young child, only about a mile away from where I live. And of course, he's an example of a kid who did make it. But for every Charlie Chaplin, there are hundreds and thousands who do not make it. They aren't so lucky. By voting for this amendment, you will be sending a message loud and clear that Liberal Democrats care about those at the bottom of the hill, those who just need a little helping hand when they are little. I beg you to pass the motion. And thank you for being very kind.
Thank you very much. Would Stephen Drew please stand by? And I now call Paul McGarry to speak also on the Second Amendment. Paul is the Scottish Housing and Homeless spokesperson.
Hello. Today I stand before you not just as a delegate, but as someone with first-hand knowledge of the struggles and challenges faced by countless children in this country. I've been through the labyrinth of temporary housing and homelessness. That's why Alex invited me to be the housing and homeless spokesperson for the Scottish Party. And I've had the responsibility of being a kinship carer. For me, this is an important motion and a crucial amendment. Children living in temporary accommodation endure enough. Turning up to school out of uniform, or without your school stuff because it's somewhere in the bin bags, somewhere in the house. And you just couldn't find it. But let's be honest, as a child, this is actually, at this point, the least of your worries because home life is terrible. You don't have your stuff, you're away from your pals, in an area you really don't know very well, and there's other chaos piled on top. For teachers, there's the equal challenge. I was so far behind in my studies at the time, I was sinking, and so for me, I would just give up. I didn't understand what was happening at school because I'd missed so much. And the school did not have the resources to support me in the way I needed. And the reality is, as a child in temporary accommodation, chances are I won't be there next week anyway. The Pupil Premium Plus isn't just an additional fund. It's an affirmation to children like me, or as I was, that as a society, we care about your education. It's a tool that equips schools to provide tailored support, ensuring that these students aren't just getting by, they are thriving. The proposed amendment pushes the envelope even further. It speaks for the silent voices of children in temporary housing. I know firsthand the challenges they face through moving homes, adjusting to new environments, making and leaving friends, all whilst trying to focus on your education. It's a juggling act, and we need to ensure that our schools have the resources to catch them if they stumble. Shelter's report paints a stark picture. Over half of homeless school-aged children miss school due to their living conditions. A whole month of learning, friendships, and growth lost. The detrimental impact doesn't stop at missed days. It's a ripple effect through their entire educational journey. And with the right resources, and thanks to enhanced funding, schools can be the stabilising force that these children desperately need. In conclusion, education is more than just attending school. It's about providing an environment where every child, irrespective of their circumstances, has an equal and fair shot at success. By backing Action 10 and our amendment, we're sending a clear message that their future, their education, matters to us. So I urge you to support this motion and the amendment, and let's ensure every child has a foundation for a brighter and more informed future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Would Sue Garden please stand by? And I now call Stephen Drew from South Cambridgeshire to speak.
Morning, Conference. I'm Stephen Drew. I'm a District Councillor for Camborne in Liberal Democrat-controlled South Cambridgeshire. I'm also a secondary school teacher of 25 years' experience, mostly teaching in areas of high deprivation where our young people need the principles and ideas outlined in this motion in order to have a chance to succeed. Top quality education costs money. It costs a lot of money, but it requires more than that. It requires a government that values the people who deliver the education and it values those who receive the education. However, as this motion so clearly explains, we currently have a government that does neither. Instead, they believe that being heartless, penny-pinching, dictatorial and downright cruel is the way to deliver education success. The mental health crisis in our young people is the reality that schools are dealing with every day. The refusal of government to adequately fund post-pandemic recovery programmes for young people is one of the many causes of the situation this motion seeks to address. Indeed, their opposition to protecting and supporting our young people is absolutely clear in all of their actions. Many schools are starting to work with trauma-informed practice for their young people. The government's own definition recognises that trauma-informed practice is an approach to health and care interventions which is grounded in the understanding that trauma has an exposure impact on an individual's neurological, biological, psychological and social development. However, this government seeks to undermine the use of trauma-informed practice in schools. They seek to rubbish the idea of caring about young people in that way. And this is just so utterly typical of the contemptible attitude this government has to supporting young people in schools. As the motion makes clear, the education system is in dire straits. Teacher recruitment and retention is collapsing, and we see the results of this every day in schools which cannot recruit teachers of core subjects such as maths, science and computing because they simply don't exist. Parents are left having to fight for the support their vulnerable children need for their special needs and disabilities from councils who are denied the funding needed to provide the services they so desperately want to provide. Families who should be shown basic care and compassion are forced to fight the system simply to get what their children are perfectly entitled to. The motion is entirely correct in all the points it makes, in calling for more funding, in calling for the support, in seeking to change the way the curriculum works. We as teachers need a political party who are going to support us in our work, and the motion that we have as Liberal Democrats here today is absolutely the right one to follow, and I commend it to conference.
Thank you. Would Edward Sainsbury please stand by? And I now call to stage Sue Garden, who is a member of the Lords Education Team.
Conference, hello. Yes, I speak in the Lords on education, and I've been there quite a long time. When my late husband was in the Royal Air Force, we moved 24 times in 30 years, but I did drift into teaching with just a university degree and discovered the hard way that teaching skills are very, very different from medieval French. Anyway, as I say, when we settled in London, I went to work for City and Guilds on vocational qualifications, and I discovered all the magic of art and craft, all the good things that Jane has been promoting, and I could never understand why we rated these less highly than academic. In the giddy days of coalition, I was in Michael Gove's team, oh joy, and at the time the government were trying to promote apprenticeships. And I said to him, why did he not insist that schools must celebrate their apprentice leavers with the same enthusiasm as their university leavers? What a brilliant idea, Sue, he said, and did absolutely nothing about it. And I think one of the problems I discovered is that most politicians and most civil servants have gone the university route. They simply don't know about further education colleges and the brilliant work that they do, and they don't understand non-academic qualifications. Oh, thank you. Right. FE is brilliant, isn't it? Anyway, we've got a committee in the Lords looking at 11 to 16 education, chaired by Joe Johnson. He's a very different kettle of fish from his big brother. Joe is a serious person. And we have taken evidence from all sorts of people, from school leaders, from teachers, from pupils, from the unions. everybody. And they are all saying to us that GCSEs are not fit for purpose, they do not equip young people for life, and they need reform, they desperately need reform. The one exception was when we took evidence from Nick Gibb, the schools minister, and he absolutely insisted that academic was what really, really mattered. Ken Baker is one of the people on our committee. As you may know, he founded the University Technologist. We more or less had to pull Ken off Nick Gibb when he was going on and on about that was the only thing that happened. But the sad thing is that what we really need young people at school to learn, to equip them for life, to learn about citizenship, to learn about practical skills, and arts, crafts, all those music, all those wonderful things that state schools have virtually given up must be reinstated. So the idea of a commission to look long-term across the board at our schools is absolutely essential. And it has to be longer term than a single parliament. And the trouble is with education, health, all those other things, they need a much longer term look than a single parliament. Yet politicians are focused on the 5 years. So, conference, please support this motion. Support the amendment on arts and crafts. That is a vitally important part of the curriculum. I'm also involved with the cadets. I chair the cadet health check team, and cadets do a brilliant job at getting kids to get self-respect, leadership skills, all these brilliant things that our schools don't do. And of course, schools do now have the cadet expansion plan, and so state schools are introducing cadets as well. But please, conference, support this motion. Let's revolutionise our education system so that our young people can go out into the world as good citizens. Thank you very much, conference.
Would Doug Bewis please stand by, and I next call Edward Sainsbury from Basildon and Thurrock.
Good afternoon, conference. I'm pleased to be making my first conference speech in favour of what is a brilliant motion on education for our party. There are 3 points I want to speak to: retention and recruitment crisis, mental health support, and school inspections. Almost 1 in 3 teachers, 1 in 3 new teachers, quit the profession within the first 5 years. I'm pleased that I'm entering my 6th year as a teacher and not part of that statistic. But too many of the excellent teachers I trained with or have worked with or know are looking to leave the profession or have left it already. And we can't carry on like that. And in the motion, lines 80 and 81 will do a massive job to go towards fixing that problem, because we will be able to recruit teachers who do not have to have savings or have to live at home in order to be able to train to be a teacher. They will be able to be paid during the year that they're training, and they will be able to focus on actually becoming the best teacher possible, rather than worrying about when they'll put the next meal on the table, where the money is coming from, and how to pay their rent. Training to be a teacher is a full-time commitment. In the last 3 weeks, every time I've got home from work, I've fallen asleep and woken up at some point in the middle of the night, wondering whether I should have dinner or just go back to bed. We can't expect people to be doing a second job whilst also training to be a teacher. This motion is also important for supporting us young people with their mental health. Our schools are expected to be social workers and social services to compensate for the lack of funding for youth services, because they've been stripped to the bone. And schools are the last place of refuge for our students and young people to find what little help they can. We need to make sure it's properly funded so they have that support and they can spend the time in their classrooms focused on learning and improving their life chances. And thirdly, when it comes to inspections and Ofsted, teachers across the country are moving away from being judged on one-word judgments on their teaching. We're coaching and mentoring and encouraging people to improve their practice over a conversation. And we need to be doing that with schools too, not giving them one word and saying, that's what you are, that's it. It needs to be much more constructive, and this motion goes a long way to improving that. I see lots of policy that I read and wonder, what's the fundamental impact of that? Well, I can tell you, as a teacher, that the impact of this motion, if we can get this passed through legislation, work with other politicians and get it actually part of this country's approach to our school system, will be much better for it, and so will our young people. Please support this motion.
Thank you very much. Would Joy Rosensteel please stand by? And next I call Doug Buist, who is Vice Chair of Lambeth Liberal Democrats.
Hello, Conference. This is a good, forward-looking, liberal, social democratic model to raise up individuals and protect the vulnerable. But can it do more? We can't invest in our children's future without investing to support parents and carers to be empowered to guide their children through the challenges they may face during their education. I'm grateful that the motion recognises that 96% of special educational needs and disability tribunals find in favour of children and their families. That statistic tells us something about how deliberately confrontational the process is and how it fails to meet our children's needs. This needs to change. As parents of 2 children with autism, my wife and I often speak with fellow parents of children with SEND about our collective experiences trying to get our children the help they need and are entitled to. I'm fortunate that English is my first language, and I was blessed with a non-conformist mother whose favourite sport was challenging authority. Things that help to navigate official intransigence, to ask the right questions, know your rights, and get the information you need to access support services. It should not be this hard. The crisis in SEND will not just be solved with more money into schools. EHCPs are not just about school. It is a process that should be about every aspect of a child's development. Parents need to feel empowered to lead that process. Complete reform is needed to put children first and allow parents to dedicate their energy to helping their children thrive rather than battling authority. Others at this conference have already spoken about the need to invest in expert teams around children. We need to better resource the hard-working but overstretched advisory and support services. EHCPs desperately need enforcing. Perhaps our new national body for SEND mentioned in the motion could also have a remit to ensure schools, councils and health services follow and fully deliver the requirements of EHCPs, ensure reviews are conducted properly and stop dodging their responsibilities, however hard those decisions may be made by this government. Yes, please support all that is good in this motion, and particularly the excellent First Amendment, but we must see it as the first step to creating a vision where all children have the chance to realise their full learning potential and live happy lives. Thank you.
Would Christopher Johnson please stand by? And next I call Joy Rosensteel from Cambridge.
Thank you, Chair. One name that we should be celebrating today is that of Sarah Tether. Sarah Tether was the Schools and Children's Minister, and she was responsible in 2010 for the introduction of health and education of EHCPs, education healthcare plans. A rather nicer phrase than your child having a statement. And it also gave young people with EHCPs the right to remain in education until the age of 25. Thank you, Sarah, for your part in this success. Once in place, EHCPs often ensure that the children and young people achieve their educational potential, and for many in further education, it may be the very first opportunity they have to be educated in a mainstream setting. The motion rightly highlights the difficulty of getting an EHCP in terms of the cost to schools and the length of time the process takes. I used to work with learners until the end of this last school year, some of whom had been missed by the system. And when it was talked about whether they should get an EHCP, I was told the process would take a year. Barriers like that can prevent children and young people getting the help they need. And whereas schools often used to have the flexibility to employ specialist staff to support them, that is less so now with squeeze on school budgets. It is important for them to be given and to be continued. It is, though, rightly recognised a stressful process, and indeed a legal process which can pose difficulties for people, particularly parents, in making their appeals. I would commend to you the words of the Master of St John's College, Cambridge. Cambridge University is rightly an academic, esteemed institution, but St John's College have set up a specialist system, a course in conjunction with the Cambridge Regional College of training young people in their catering department. And the Master of St John's said at the end of the first year that he was as proud of those students who had succeeded in getting their qualifications from that special course as he was of the graduates of the college. I would ask you to support this motion and to ensure that young people are given the right to their education healthcare plans if they need them, and to ensure that they receive and achieve their full potential. Please support those lines and the motion as a whole.
Would Phil Hutty please stand by? And next I call to speak Christopher Johnson from Solihull and Meriden.
Good afternoon, Conference. Conference, I love music. I'm about to start a PhD in music. I know it's not the most common subject for a Lib Dem. Based on how some of you were dancing at the disco last night, I'm going to guess you like music too. Britain's creative industries are thriving and form a substantial part of our economy. But Conference, the arts are currently under threat, not just from threatened funding cuts from the likes of Arts Council England and the BBC, but also in the way it's being taught in schools. The vast majority of state schools offer limited options for creative subjects at GCSE and A-level, and according to figures from the Music in Secondary Schools Trust, only 12% of an orchestra compared to 85% of private schools. This and other examples across the arts seriously threatens the future as anything other than a hegemony, and also robs our young people of important cultural experiences. Last month in Newcastle, Young Liberals Conference debated and adopted two motions very similar to Amendment 1, one of which I moved. It's therefore my pleasure to ask you to pass this amendment to help protect creative subjects in schools. The only substantial thing in these motions, or certainly in my motion that does not appear in this amendment, is an endorsement of something similar to Germany's Kulturpass payment, which gives young people €200 to spend on cultural activities. This is perhaps a bit beyond the scope of this motion, but I'd be happy to work with the authors of this amendment on a motion to propose an implementation of this in the UK, should they wish to. Conference, let's vote for this amendment and the motion as a whole. We owe it to ourselves to reassure ourselves that the arts will continue to inform the important and difficult conversations the arts have always provoked, to our children to ensure they develop the skills to express themselves, and to the creative industries to ensure they continue to thrive long into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would Lee Darg please stand by? And next I call to speak Phil Hutty from North Cornwall.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm not only from North Cornwall, but I'm the parliamentary candidate for North Cornwall. Thank you. And we're going to do our best to make it a little more gold down there at the next general election. I'm also a social worker in child protection, and it is that aspect that I want to talk to you about today, because my job is overseeing child protection plans. I work with them every day, and mental health is critical, I would say even core to that work. So, oddly, I want to speak against lines 62 and 63. Which is, in case you can't be bothered to look it up, and why would you, it's just about having a professional in the school. It's not that I'm against it, because I am for lines 68 to 71. But I just want to tell you, I don't think it's ambitious enough. And I think my worry is that it will just be part of a service that people with mental health are pushed to, rather than understanding the overriding problem that faces our children today, that is the services of mental health. Practically every day I put the support of mental health support in child protection plans. I wanted to tell you a brief story, but I'm just going to tell you what I've done in the last 2 weeks. We've talked about helping a young person stay in school who's been out for a long period of time. We talked about helping a young person with a trauma where they've seen their parents battered in front of them. And I want to talk about helping a child come to terms finding out that her dad has been accused of sexually assaulting a child. That's in the last 2 weeks. That goes on day in and day out in our schools in this country. Just to put one person or even a couple of people in a school is not good enough. We have to be more ambitious. And to be more ambitious, we have to think about the whole service from CAMS the whole way through, and we have to make it sustainable. It cannot be just in a funding cycle, which is my fear. We will put this person in place, in 5 years' time, it will disappear, and that will be to the detriment of the children we serve. There has to be a root and branch reform so that we can deliver, and not only individually, but to all our children. And we can't be a question of children that's just in school, because some of our children, most vulnerable children, don't even make it to school. And that is the important aspect I want to bring to your attention. Don't let this be the solution. Let it be just part of the solution. Let's be more ambitious. Let's do more for the children we serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Phil. Conference, because we have not had any speeches against either of the amendments, I will not be calling summation speeches for either of the amendments, which does allow me to call a couple of other speakers on other aspects of the motion, which is good. Could Marie Goldman please stand by? And next I call Lee Darg from Central Birmingham, who is co-chair of the Lib Dem Education Association.
Good afternoon, Conference. Education and health are a great passion of mine and many of you, so it's pleasing to see this motion covers a range. So thank you to Callum and Munira and the whole team who put this motion together. A couple of things. Sen, so I'm coming from bankrupt Birmingham for this conference. A pretty funny line, but obviously it's not a laughing matter to the parents and children who even before this financial crisis were having EHCPs signed off at maybe 11 or 12 years old and having to scandalously wait until the age of 15 or 16 when they're about to leave school to tell them, oh, we might now be able to help you, by which time it's obviously far too late. So I'm extremely pleased to see that in this motion. I'm also pleased to see the extension of the free school meals. What we know is that when you have people sitting together from different groups, because they're all sharing the same meal, you get a great mix and a great diversity. If we embed segregation, even indirectly in children at a young age, that doesn't do them well later in life. So I very much support that part of the motion as well. And then thirdly, my great passion, it wouldn't be a conference for me if I didn't get to mention mental health. We as Liberal Democrats got mental health into the public arena during coalition time through Paul Burstow, Norman Lamb. Daisy's been continuing that work in the health department, and I see the same passion in Munira, who constantly fights for mental health, especially in children and young people, where it's vital we get it right at that age so that we can try to avoid problems later at life. And as somebody who's wrestled with my own mental health for as long as I can remember, I want to say a personal thank you to you, Munira, because the people that you, and you, Daisy, in the health team, the people that you will help that you'll never hear from, a personal thank you from those people as well. Mental health in particular on CAMS, my own view is I think CAMS is beyond broken and not fixable. We have many what we call 0 to 25 services that avoid the terrible cliff edge. If you weren't aware, if you're not in CAMS at 16, you have to wait till 18 to try and find adult mental health support. So this motion rightly puts mental health back at the heart of the Liberal Democrat agenda, which I know, Munira, you've been fighting hard on. So please vote for this motion. I'm very pleased to support Amendment 1 and Amendment 2, and then pass the motion as a whole. Let's make sure that we follow Callum's call earlier, that we get out then and promote our liberal values and to make sure that everyone gets the best chance in life to be who they want to be. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much. Would Munira Wilson please stand by? And lastly, I call Marie Goldman, who is the PPC for Chelmsford.
Conference, I have a confession to make. I used to play the recorder. I know that may stir up feelings of dread. For many, it was the first musical instrument that we were forced to play at school. Memories flood back of the Herculean effort of those first attempts at trying to cover the right holes at the right time. For teachers, it may conjure up the sort of reaction that you get from nails being dragged down a chalkboard, a high-pitched cacophony of 8-year-olds trying to master that old classic, London's Burning. But I have a slightly different memory. I remember it being my introduction into the amazing world of music and performance. I remember standing as an 11-year-old with my friend Jenny next to the piano in the school hall as we accompanied our music teacher during assemblies. And then, when I went to high school, my recorder was abandoned in favour at first of an ill-fated dalliance with the cello, but then finally for the instrument that became my friend, the bass guitar. Now, I'm not a particularly talented musician, but bass suited me. And I was incredibly lucky to go to a state school that had a fantastic music department, run by two of the most dedicated, inspirational, and wonderful teachers that you are ever likely to meet. And because the 30-strong school jazz band needed a bass player, and there weren't many of us around, I got to spend most of my free time during and after school playing in rehearsals and concerts almost every week. I will never forget that proud and exciting feeling of playing a small but important part in something so much bigger than me. And it helped to give me confidence too. You see, it wasn't just about learning the notes, knowing where to place my fingers on the strings, when to play soft or loud. It was about being part of a team and having the confidence to be on a stage, much like this one, and make a noise. I'm positive that I would never have got that experience if an amazing teacher who had the time and the resources hadn't encouraged me, and if there hadn't been the opportunity to learn my instrument through extracurricular activities at school. At just over 20 words, lines 109 to 111 are very short, but they will make a world of difference to developing children's confidence and helping them find and bring joy to the world. For me, these 20 words are the key to inspiring a whole generation. I don't play bass anymore, but that's okay. I have another band to play with, one that has orange diamonds and a mascot called Libby. But I want all children to have the chance to find their own band. Maybe it will be a sports team, maybe a theatrical troupe, but whatever it is, extracurricular activities are vital to allowing children to dabble, to experiment, and hopefully to find something they love. And when they do, we will all be much richer for it. Education is not just about books and facts. Conference, please vote for the motion.
Thank you, Marie. And lastly, I call to the stage to submit on the whole motion Munira Wilson, who is, of course, MP for Twickenham and the Lib Dem education spokesperson.
Thank you. And thank you, Conference, for a fantastic debate. We've had some really powerful speeches this morning, and I wanted to touch on a few of them. Firstly, to Paul and to Alistair, who've spoken so passionately about homeless children. The problem you talk about, I see in my constituency surgery week in, week out, and we're very happy as a team to support Amendment 2. These children are really struggling when they're having to travel sometimes 2 hours each way to get to school, and not well fed and struggling to learn. Thank you to the two brilliant baronesses, Jane and Sue, for your fantastic speeches, and Christopher and Marie, who also talked about the importance of the creative subjects. I couldn't agree more. We are all about raising academic standards, but also giving children a breadth of education. And this Conservative government, frankly, has totally devalued the arts in our schools and in our colleges, in our universities. So very happy to support Amendment 1 as well. And I'd like to say a big thank you to the two teachers who spoke, and to Phil Hutty, who works in social services, for all you do day in, day out to serve our children. Thank you. Phil, Phil, you talked about the mental health provision not being enough, and I agree with Lee that CAMS is completely and utterly broken. But what this motion does, and what the Liberal Democrats policy does, is start to tackle the huge tidal wave of mental health issues we've had across the country by early intervention and prevention through our schools. And I think it was Doug who said this is just a first step in terms of reforming SEND. Yes, I agree. There's a lot more that we need to do, but I hope that this motion starts to take some critical steps. Look, Liberal Democrats, we have always been the party of education. It was Liberal Democrats in government that introduced the pupil premium to close the gap between the rich and the poor. It was Liberal Democrats in government who introduced free school meals for every infant, and now we're going further still with our policies. And it was Liberal Democrats who made sure that school budgets were protected in real terms when the Conservatives wanted to slash them. But conference, our schools are in crisis week in, week out. I'm speaking to school head teachers, school governors. I know teaching assistants are being slashed, Amazon wish lists parents are having to buy the basics from, and I hear about buckets and leaky classrooms for 2 years at a time. And we know that this government has completely failed to invest in repairs, and that's why we have seen this Iraq school crisis where, you know, at the start of this school year, thousands of children couldn't even turn up to school or to parts of their school because of the crisis, because one Rishi Sunak wouldn't invest in the repairs and rebuilds when he was asked. The crisis in mental health services. I have seen a 7-year-old child in primary school having to be locked in a classroom because of the crisis they were having, because they were a threat to the teacher and the children around them. This has got to end. We've got to start tackling these problems amongst our young people, which have just blown out of all control since the pandemic. On teacher recruitment and retention, the government's missing its targets on recruitment year after year, and it's driving tens of thousands of teachers out of the profession. One top secondary school in my constituency can't recruit a computer science teacher and is having to scrap it from its A-level offer. Look, we know the Conservatives don't take education seriously. If you think something's important, you wouldn't make Gavin Williamson Secretary of State for it. With this motion, we are setting out big, bold and urgently needed proposals to raise standards and attainment in every school. We understand that education is the best investment we can make in our children's futures, and it will generate returns for generations to come. These plans will give every child the support they need to thrive at school and throughout their lives, and engage parents, most importantly, so that they know what their children are learning and how they can best help them. Conference, please support this motion and both amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Munira. For those who are present online, voting on the two amendments is now open. Thank you to Munira, and thank you to all those who spoke in that debate. Can I say also sorry to those I was not able to call to speak. We had more people we were not able to call than we had time to call, so I'm sorry you didn't get the chance to contribute to the debate. We will now move on to the votes at the conclusion of this debate. As I said earlier, there are a number of drafting amendments in Conference Daily which we are not going to vote on, which have been accepted. We will then vote on first the two amendments and then on the main motion as a whole. Could I please see, first of all, those in favour of Amendment 1? Thank you very much. And those against? Thank you. That is very, very clearly carried. Thank you. Could I please see those in favour of Amendment 2? Thank you very much. And those against Amendment 2? That is also extremely clearly carried. Thank you very much. We now then move on to the vote on the main motion, which has been amended by both those amendments. Let's just pause a moment for the online vote to start. That is now live for those online who want to vote on that. We will just give them a moment to do that, and we'll do the vote in the hall. Thank you. Could I ask those in the hall who are in favour of the amended motion to raise their voting cards, please? Thank you. And those against the amended motion? Thank you very much. That is overwhelmingly carried. Thank you very much indeed to all those who have taken part in that debate. I would like, please, to thank my aides, Hannah Kitching and Chris Mains, and now move on to the next item.
Conference, can I ask you to settle down so we can move on to F20? Thank you. Conference, we are quite rightly celebrating this autumn conference being the first conference for our 3 by-election victors from Cheshire Man Amersham, North Shropshire and Tiverton Honiton. We shouldn't forget it's also the first autumn conference for the 2 MPs who gained their seats in 2019. In 2015, in St Albans, Liberal Democrats were in 3rd place. But after a fantastic campaign, an amazing candidate, we had that incredible result of St Albans electing its first Liberal Democrat Member of Parliament for over a century. It gives me... So, Conference, it gives me huge pleasure to invite to speak to us the Liberal Democrat Member of Parliament for St Albans, Daisy Cooper.
Conference, it really is fantastic to be here in person for the first time at an autumn conference. I've been waiting a long time to say this, as the Member of Parliament for St Albans. Now, it's our first autumn conference together since the last general election. But it could be our last autumn conference before the next one. If the Prime Minister decides to hold the general election in May, he will call it at the end of March, and that, my friends, is 26 weeks away. If that doesn't fill you with excitement, and that was definitely excitement I could hear from the floor, I'm sure, I don't know what will, because we have a huge opportunity. Right across the blue wall, and indeed right across the country, people are furious with the Conservatives. I haven't seen anything like it. People are just angry that nothing works. People are angry that everything's broken. And people are angry that everything we cherish, our NHS, our precious environment, our standing in the world, they've all been trashed. What's more, they know who did it. It was this appalling Conservative government. Too busy fighting each other to do, frankly, anything useful. But it's not just that the Tories blew a hole in our economy, that they've driven our health services into the ground, or that they allow water companies to pump raw sewage into our rivers with impunity. It's not just all of that. The most unforgivable thing about this Conservative government is that they have broken people's hope. It's true. There are people around the country who now think that things are so broken, they just don't believe that anyone can fix it. But I believe that when people feel there is no hope, we have to give them two things. We need to give them ideas that inspire and leaders they can believe in. Leaders that they believe in. Conference, boy, do we have some good people. Right across the country, Liberal Democrat MPs, parliamentary candidates and Liberal Democrat-run councils are showing the difference that hard-working local champions can make. Let's take just a few examples from our MPs. Vera introduced a new law to ban upskirting. Wendy introduced a new right for carers to take care leave, a landmark piece of legislation. Layla's 4-year campaign put an end to an archaic law so that sleeping rough was no longer considered a crime. And Ed, well, not only did he nearly quadruple renewable energy in this country, now he is using his personal experience to put the cause of care and carers at the heart of the national agenda. From Sutton to St Albans, from Cotswold to Kingston, from Gosport to Portsmouth, Liberal Democrat-run councils are tackling the climate emergency, building social homes, and enhancing our community infrastructure. And every time we win conference, every single time, whether it's a single council seat, whether it's control of a council or a parliamentary constituency, it is a win for hard work. Because the system is stacked against us. And under first past the post, and as a smaller party, elections don't win themselves. But what's more, even in constituencies where we don't have an MP, we can show that we're making a difference. Let's take Mid-Bedfordshire, for example. Nadine Dorries didn't mention her constituency once in Parliament since the start of this Parliament. By contrast, Liberal Democrat MPs have mentioned Mid-Bedfordshire 8 times since the start of this Parliament. Funny that. But in addition to getting hard-working local MPs, we take local issues and we put them on the national stage. And it's more than that, because conference, we have been leading and winning the battle of ideas. We should be so proud of the fact that we were the first party to call for a windfall tax on the big oil and gas companies. We were the first party to call for the energy price hike to be scrapped, and we were the first party to expose the scandal of raw sewage being pumped into our rivers, our chalk streams, and onto our beaches. Why did we act on these issues? Well, it was because we saw the raw injustice of big oil and gas corporations raking in billions whilst ordinary folk couldn't afford to heat their homes. We saw the raw injustice of the big water bosses taking in millions of pounds in bonuses whilst ruining our natural environment. But there's another raw injustice that we need to tackle too, and that is in the area of mental health. Conference, in my work as our Westminster Health and Social Care spokesperson, I see the damage that this Conservative government has done to our NHS every single day. Health comes first, or so the saying goes. But right now, across our country, we know that too many people simply cannot access the help they need when they need it. At the start of this year, we saw a winter crisis like no other. We saw images on our screens of people dying in the back of ambulances and suffering the indignity of crowded corridor care. And many of us had the horrifying realization that for the first time in our lives, if we called 999, we could no longer have confidence that an ambulance would turn up. The Conservatives have been so busy fighting amongst themselves and lurching from crisis to crisis that they have no real plan at all to put our NHS back on its feet. For our part, I'm proud to say that the Liberal Democrats have come forward with the ideas that will put our NHS back on track. We've set out plans to get thousands of more GPs into our communities and make sure that people have an appointment within 7 days. We've set out a plan to fix the broken dental system that has driven dentists to give up NHS work and have left patients to pull out their own teeth. We've put forward bold plans to rescue social care from the bottom up and to transform the health of the nation by saying that health creation should become a central driving mission of any future government. But today, I want to focus on mental health. There was a time when Liberal Democrat health ministers put mental health centre stage. Indeed, many of you will remember with pride the amazing work of Norman Lamb, who introduced the first waiting time standards for mental ill health. But under this Conservative government, mental health has dropped off the political radar. Today, the nation's deteriorating mental health is one of the biggest challenges we face. We know that 1 in 4 people in the UK will suffer from mental ill health every year. And I suspect that every single one of us in this hall has either experienced mental ill health or we have a loved one who has. And we know that at its worst, it can have a devastating effect on your life, on your relationships, and on your future prospects. And we know it costs our country too, to the tune of £120 billion every year. And it's clear that for every single person affected, the cost of doing nothing is far greater than taking action now. And that's why today, I'm starting to set out our plan for mental health services. Our plan will tackle the long waiting times and the poor access to services, especially those for children. The shocking reality of the nation's mental health now is that the average age for the onset of a mental health disorder is 14 and a half. That's right, just 14 and a half. So that's why our plan starts by rolling out community mental health hubs for children and young people in every area of the country. Rather than leaving children to suffer in the shadows, every child and young person should be able to access the early prevention and support that they so desperately need. It's why we want to see a qualified mental health practitioner in every school, something that our education spokesperson, Munira Wilson MP, and I have spent years calling for. And this would go hand in hand with our pledges to expand young people's mental health services up to the age of 25 so they don't face a cliff edge of support. And we finally want to put an end to out-of-area placements for mental health treatment, which strip people of the support, the very support networks they need for their recovery. Conference, we know that children and young people are at incredibly high risk of mental ill health. But as we get older, none of us are immune. Indeed, there are numerous points in our lives where we could find ourselves unwell. Men aged 40 to 49 are at the highest risk of suicide. 1 in 5 women develop mental health problems during pregnancy or in the first year after childbirth. And 85% of those above the retirement age who are suffering with depression receive no help at all from the NHS. People between the ages of 40 and 74 do, however, receive NHS physical health checkups. Checkups that test for early signs of kidney disease, diabetes, stroke, and heart disease. But no such routine checks exist for mental health. Or not yet. Which is why, Conference, I am delighted to announce that today we will introduce mental health MOTs. These will be mental health checkups at key points in people's lives where we know that their mental health could be at risk, to ensure that everyone across all ages are signposted and can access the support they need for their mental health. Mental health MOTs should be just as routine as physical health checkups, and it will show once again that Liberal Democrats believe that mental health is just as important as physical health. Conference, I am determined that we will win the battle of ideas on how we transform the nation's physical and mental health, empowering people to live long and healthy lives and to save our NHS. Remember, the NHS was a Liberal idea. The NHS was a Liberal idea because health is about freedom. If you have good health, then you are free to live your life as you choose. And if you live with ill health, then good health services can help you live your best life, your healthiest life, for as long as possible. And it's this fundamental belief in enabling people to live healthy lives as they choose that drives our vision of a Liberal Britain. Conference, we want a Liberal Britain that recognises that responsibility for freedoms, for justice and liberty extends beyond our national boundaries. A Liberal Britain that values localism and internationalism, not nationality alone. A Liberal Britain that values individuality over conformity, ideas over identity, and the power of community. Conference, we want a Liberal Britain that cherishes every individual and enables them to have both good physical and mental health. Conference, whilst we are ashamed of this government, we are proud of our country and we are proud of our NHS. There are millions of people across the UK who share our vision of a Liberal Britain, and they want to live in a Liberal Britain like this. Between now and the next general election, it is up to us to show them that it's possible. Thank you, and see you in Midbeds next week.
Thank you very much, Daisy. I hope you're all inspired to go out for lunch and come back at 2:10.
So we've been asked to pitch Good afternoon, conference. It gives me great pleasure to welcome our next speaker. I was absolutely delighted when Caroline was elected to the London Assembly, and we worked together for 4 years. She's led our City Hall group since 2010 with real distinction, but has decided after 25 years of elected service, first on Southwark Council and then on the GLA, to step down next year. I'm sure you'll agree she has been a superb advocate, both for our party and for London, and I know she has so much more to give to the country and to the Liberal Democrats. So, conference, please welcome Caroline Pidgeon.
Well, Conference, thank you for such a warm welcome. And I have to say, talk of 25 years of elected service, gosh, that makes me feel rather old. But you know, I did the maths to work out what that time period equates to in the most modern, short unit of political measurement, Liz Trusses. And it seems my 25 years is 207 trusses. Or is that 104 lettuces? Now, I want to, before I say anything else, I want to say a word about Dee. Because Dee was already an established member of the London Assembly when I was first elected, and I learned so much from her. And she was then the chair of the Assembly's committee in charge of overseeing the London Olympics and Paralympics. And it's no exaggeration to say that thanks to Dee, we Liberal Democrats played a major part in delivering a safe and successful Games in 2012. So Dee, thank you. And what a different Britain we had back in 2012. And what a different world. Barack Obama set for re-election for his second term. The European Union awarded the Nobel Prize for Peace, Reconciliation, Democracy and Human Rights. And Britain, at home, with its multicultural, multifaceted, multi-talented self, and celebrating 65 Olympic and 120 Paralympic medals. And remember, it all started with that amazing Olympic ceremony, showcasing modern Britain and its history, our role bringing about the industrial and technological revolutions, our record providing universal healthcare to all, with the NHS as an example to the world. Our cultural influence around the globe, from the Spice Girls to Queen Elizabeth II, from James Bond to Mr. Bean. You know, it really felt like a heyday that everything liberalism celebrates about a world city. And then in 2016, I was your London mayoral candidate, and I stood on this very platform, setting out a vision of that liberal London leading in Britain and of a liberal Britain leading in Europe. But it was not to be. These past 8 years have instead been tough on that liberal vision and tough on so many marginalised people in our communities. Xenophobia normalised, division entrenched, internationalism abandoned, trust, trade and tolerance all dangerously undermined. You know, that's what Brexit and this Conservative government has done to our country, and we will never forgive them. And in my early days at City Hall, I saw the rot set in when one Boris Johnson was Mayor of London. You know, his shtick was to make himself a bit of a joke, dangling over Victoria Park on ill-fated zip wires, shaking hands and smooching babies one minute, and then cycling with Terminator Arnie the next. But underneath the bluster were worrying signs. That same defiance of rules and basic standards of probity, that was there. His friends would appear on taxpayer-funded trips and be awarded public funding. His same vanity and mendacity, dressed up in a sheepdog's haircut, that was there too. £43 million spent thinking about a garden bridge, which would have been in the wrong place, wasn't funded to go all the way across the Thames, and would have been closed much of the time. And then there was £300,000 that Boris threw down the drain, buying and converting water cannon that couldn't and shouldn't ever be used in Britain. Sadly, that was a bitter taste of what was to come. Like Arnie, Boris would be back, leading the Leave campaign, then in number 10, peddling lies about Brexit and holding all of us in contempt by breaking lockdown rules, and lying about that too. He really is a national disgrace. And it's one of the greatest tragedies of the London morality that the two most recent incumbents, Boris and Sadiq, have seen it as just a lay-by on their political journey. For Boris, a stepping stone to Downing Street. For Sadiq, a desert island hiding out from Jeremy Corbyn. But like Boris, Sadiq has been a chameleon mayor, in favour of Heathrow expansion one minute, opposed to it the next, helping City Airport to expand in 2016, but condemning it in 2022. You know, he said he'd be the greenest mayor ever, but he is architect and builder-in-chief of a new motorway under the Thames, the Silvertown Tunnel. And you won't believe this, but he's telling cyclists that they should dismount and put their bikes on a bus if they want to use this new river crossing. You know, it's the kind of things that would make 1960s town planners blush. You know, our message is simple. New motorways and new runways have no place in modern London. But you know, perhaps the most shameful part of Sadiq's record is on the police. Both the Metropolitan Police and the London Fire Brigade are rightly in special measures. Where has Sadiq been these last 7 years? Where was he when police were arresting women at a vigil on Clapham Common? Where is he? Where is he when police are endlessly stopping young black men on London streets? No wonder just 1 in 3 Londoners trust their police. You know, Sadiq's invisibility means he might as well be back on that desert island, this time hiding not from Jeremy Corbyn, but from his own failures. And my worry is that the Met is really beyond repair. It's distrusted, discredited, broken. So I say to the Commissioner, this is the Met's last chance to reform. And as a party, I think we need to be seriously looking at what was done in Northern Ireland to transform their police service. It's time to rebuild London's community policing service from the ground up. And in Westminster, we should continue to call out the whole structure of the Greater London Authority too, a mayor who is powerful in his own court, but a feeble figure in the country, and an assembly which does a great job of scrutiny, but too often lacks the power it needs. And after all, the GLA is Labour's model, the Tony Blair model of devolution. Give them autonomy, Lord, but not yet, and only with our say-so. And Labour doesn't seem to have learned anything from those mistakes. Just look at Keir Starmer's timid speech this year on devolution. He says he wants to give communities a right to request new powers. Since when were rights something you had to request? You know, I like to call Keir Starmer the Dairy Lee slice of British politics. Unrelentingly mild, endlessly triangulating, and ultimately doomed to disappoint. That kind of half-hearted approach, maybe you can have a bit more power if you ask nicely. It's just not equal to the task of reforming Britain. Now, we here all regard the Brexit referendum result as a tragedy. And the history books will argue for decades about what people who voted to leave were really saying. But one message I took from it was one of frustration, a sense that politics doesn't really respond to what people need or what they worry about. And what a travesty it is to see powers coming back from Brussels, but now stuck in Whitehall. We Liberal Democrats have such a different approach. I think back to when I was a councillor. We took control of Southwark Council. And, as Lib Dems do all around the country, we devolved power and budgets to local communities and councillors. That is what taking back control should really look like. And the lesson is that only real revolution in local decision-making will be a Liberal Democrat revolution. Now, we have seen in these past 25 years how strong institutions have developed in Scotland and Wales, proper parliaments with real power. It's time to apply that successful approach all around England. Why not give the capital and other parts of England too real parliaments that can run health and education and railways and infrastructure and housing? And why not give those new institutions, elected with fair votes, of course, the ability to raise and spend money? Without that kind of radical thinking, we will never have a country and a politics that recognises the difference between Berwick and Birmingham, or between metropolitan London and rural Lincolnshire. Conference, real devolution is the only way we truly let people take back control. And just look at what Whitehall has given us recently. Schools crumbling, rivers full of sewage, and cancer patients stuck on waiting lists. By contrast, look at the brilliant work of our London leaders, Ruth Dombey, Andreas Kirsch and Gareth Roberts. In Sutton, developing new cancer drugs alongside the Royal Marsden. In Kingston, developing a new green energy network. And in Richmond, establishing a £3 million fund to help with the cost of living crisis. And at City Hall, we Liberal Democrats have protected the poorest Londoners by blocking Sadiq's cuts to key bus routes, by introducing a 1-hour bus ticket, and by ensuring that every station on the Elizabeth line is step-free and accessible to all. And on policing, we've shone a light on the rot at the core of the Met. We've seen Cressida Dick out of the door and stood up against Boris's cuts to the police and safer neighbourhood teams. And We've acted as a voice for the voiceless, successfully campaigning to get Dalaride back on London streets, backing leaseholders in the fight to make buildings safe in the wake of Grenfell, and backing young black men who have been stopped and stopped again by the Met. That is the difference politics can make. And it's why we need more Liberal Democrats ready to serve. Now, across England, at our fantastic by-elections, we have shown what we can do these past couple of years. And in a few weeks, with your help, I know we can do it in mid-Bedfordshire too. And then let's take on Labour in London. Let's get our amazing team, led by Rob Blackie, with my colleague Hina Bakari, and Arena, Gareth, Chris, and all of our other brilliant candidates elected to the GLA. And then let's all play our part in driving Ed's yellow bulldozer through that blue wall every day until a general election. Now, conference, I want to say thank you to all our MPs in London, our fantastic leader, Ed Davey, to Sarah, to Munira, and to Vince, Tom, Paul, Lynn, Sarah, and of course, Simon Hughes. And thank you to all of our councillors battling away for their communities. And thank you to all of you for everything you have done to support me. And whilst I am standing down from the London Assembly, I'll still be with you every step of the way. Now, out of the ashes of this Tory government, there is going to be much to rebuild. Relationships with Europe to repair, communities to rejuvenate, a planet to save. But the spirit of 2012 is not dead. That liberal vision, a happy, proud, successful country, that's once again within our grasp. So let's reel it in the only way we Liberal Democrats know how, by working together, building together, and winning together once again. Thank you very much indeed.
Can I thank my aide, Jenny Rigg, and I now hand over to Clara Jenkinson.
Good afternoon, conference. If you could just take your seats quickly. The quicker you do that, the more questions we'll get through. Okay, we move on now to agenda item F22, which is the Leaders' Q&A. Thank you to all of those of you that have submitted questions. We've had many, many more than we can take. There is an opportunity for those whose questions I do select to ask a supplementary question. If you do want to ask a supplementary, please make sure you are at the intervention mic over there. Stuart is waving as soon as I ask your question so that you're ready. So, without any further ado, I'm delighted to welcome Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey. Right, so let's get on with it. First question. That is from Michael Illingworth, and the question is, how are wavering and not yet wavering Conservative and Labour voters and donors to be convinced that the Liberal Democrats can be taken seriously?
So thank you, Michael, for that question. I think you've just heard from Caroline Pidgeon, and I think she is an example of how I want to answer this question. Because Caroline has been a real champion for Liberal Democrat values and policies across London for many years. We're really proud of you, Caroline, and you've shown the best of Liberal Democrats being strong local community champions. Thank you. But a strong local community champion like Caroline, what we do is we listen to people we seek to represent. We listen to their problems, and then we give them the Liberal Democrat solutions to those problems. So for those wavering Conservatives and those wavering Labour supporters, what you've got to show is that we have been listening to them. We've been rebuilding that trust that I think is not there in so much of political dialogue. And wherever I go in the country, actually, I hear the same message. I hear the same message on the cost of living. People want to know how you're going to help them with their rent, their mortgages, their food bills, their energy bills. I hear about the NHS and the care system. I hear about local environmental issues. We've talked a lot about sewage this conference. So my strong message to anyone who's campaigning on that doorstep with that wavering Conservative or that wavering Labour person is to, first of all, ask them what is their concern and give them the Liberal Democrat that response to that, our policy response to that, but also focus on these key issues that people are telling us are so concerning them. And on the NHS, it's so clear. People feel that they can't get an appointment with their GP. They're worried about getting an NHS dentist for their children, that they're not sure if the ambulance will turn up on time. On the cost of living, tell them that we were the first party to say there should be a windfall tax on the huge tens of billions of pounds of profits of the oil and gas sector that are being made simply because President Putin had his illegal invasion of Ukraine, and we were going to use that money to help people with their energy bills, to be able to afford to pay for free school meals, real genuine solutions to people's cost of living challenges. So I think that's the way we get over the Liberal Democrat message. Those people are wavering. Show that we're listening to them, we're rebuilding their trust. We're going to stand up as local champions on the issues like the NHS, like the cost of living.
Thanks very much, Ed. And Michael, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, please. Thank you, Ed. Thank you for the response. And mindful of your comment earlier about you enjoy the stunts at the end of results, I do have a little bit of concern that there are some who view the Lib Dems as that's what they know them for, and therefore are not really a party to be taken seriously. They're just a very nice little protest party, nice stunts. How are they to be convinced that Lib Dems can be entrusted with this country's future?
Well, I do come back to what I was saying about community champions, because where people vote for Liberal Democrats, they like what they see. Caroline's a really striking example of that. But there'll be a lot of councillors here, no doubt some parliamentarians. You know, when you work for people and show them that you're in touch with their issues, they respond. And where we haven't won, where we need to win across the country, which may be a bit behind your question, we can show that where we do win, we really are powerful community champions. And our whole policies across the board, I think, are very attractive to the vast majority of people.
So, you know, our position in a place like Hull, where we're fighting Labour, where we can show that we're taking problems of crime seriously in that local community. You know, you saw Josh Babarinde, didn't you, on the stage yesterday at the rally with his paddleboard. Do you know the bad news? Apparently I'm not allowed to go paddleboarding today. I'm really upset about that because the wind's too strong. But, you know, Josh Babarinde was making a serious point while having some fun. He was making the point that we've got to tackle the problem of sewage in our environment, in our seas, and in our rivers. So I actually think the way we've been doing those stunts after our by-election victories has had a serious message along with the fun. And I actually think that's quite a good way of getting over our message. You know, when we knocked down that blue wall after Cheshire and Amersham, yes, it was a stunt, but actually what it showed was that Liberal Democrats are the challengers to the Conservatives across vast swathes of England. And that message has really stuck in the political lexicon. Before that, people were only talking about the red wall, a battle between the Conservatives and Labour. Now, thanks to us, thanks to that stunt, people know we're a real threat to many Conservative MPs across the country. And then, of course, one of my favourite stunts was after we won Tiverton and Honiton. Which one was that? The door. Come on. Wake up. It was the door. Show Boris the door. And yeah, it was fun. But guess what? He was kicked out of office a few weeks later. And we were important in that. So don't be afraid of having a bit of fun in your campaigning. That's my message.
Thanks very much, Ed. So the next question comes from Victoria Collins. Her question is, what impact will Rishi Sunak's approach to climate change have on the next election?
Well, thank you, Victoria. I tell you the effect it deserves to have. It deserves that the Conservatives are thrown out of office at the very earliest opportunity. Like many of you, I've been passionate about the environment all my life, and I'm so proud of our party of being the lead campaigners on climate change. And one of the reasons I joined the party back in 1989 was people like Simon Hughes, Caroline was mentioning Simon, and Paddy Ashdown. They were leading the campaign on all aspects of the environment. And if you go around the country and you talk to local Liberal Democrat parties, you find they're campaigning on environmental issues. You're finding that Liberal Democrat-run councils take climate change seriously and take action on it. We should be really proud of that. And what I want us to do in response to that appalling speech by the Prime Minister last week is show that commitment, that long commitment that we've had, and at the next election, you know, campaign strongly on the environment, but link it to other things too. And here's key. Here's what was so outrageous about the Prime Minister's speech. If we're thinking about the economy of the future, if we're thinking about the technologies and the industries we're going to need in the future, they're going to be so much around the net zero challenge, aren't they? You know, whether it's in energy itself, whether it's in transport, whether it's in farming, whether it's in building, construction, the future economy will be the net zero economy. And our Prime Minister wants to give that away to our competitors. He wants China to take the lead on building the economy of the future. He doesn't have any confidence in our great country. How shameful is the Conservatives? So I want, at the next election, I want you to be proud of our record, but also really take it to the Conservatives on the economy. Really link those two issues. And here's the final one. When we were in government nationally, we had the best record of any party ever on climate change. And we showed with smart policies, with stable, consistent, predictable, certain policy agendas. I use those words because the Conservatives don't fulfill any of them. With those, you could attract tens of billions of pounds of investment into the UK, and you could build a complete new industry and become a world leader. That's what Liberal Democrats did with renewables, with offshore wind, creating jobs across our country. We did that. And not only did we show what you could do in terms of investing in an industry of the future, we cut the price of electricity for every household and every business in this country. Not only are renewables the most popular form of electricity, they are now the cheapest form of electricity too, and that's thanks to us, the Liberal Democrats. So Victoria, let's make sure the Conservatives and Rishi Sunak pay a very heavy price for their betrayal of our country, betrayal of future generations, the betrayal of our planet, and betrayal of the things they were saying just a week ago.
Thanks very much. Victoria, would you like to ask your supplementary?
Well, actually, I'm going to shift my supplementary question because you answered a lot of that, which is what can we do to actually show that we're leading on climate change, which is such as an important part of the next generation's work and us hopefully in the next parliament. But actually, a lot of what you said is very inspirational. But I think what's come across is our work on sewage, which I absolutely support. But what can we do to get more of that message and that business case and what we're doing to make a real change on the economy across to voters and especially to those who say we don't do enough on green policy? So how can we show them that we're the real leaders in environmental policy in the UK?
Thank you, Victoria. Well, I think we've got lots of campaigners in our party who can help people who want to campaign on green issues. The Green Liberal Democrats, I'm a member of them. Please join them. They are fantastic. But also learning from them, learning from others who are campaigning. I know I visited Harpenden and Berkhamsted with you, Victoria, and you're going to be the next MP for Harpenden and Berkhamsted. And I was really impressed by your campaign on sewage. We visited one of the local rivers that has a real problem because the Conservatives have allowed the water companies to cut costs and to make their billions in profit and not clean up the rivers. And I think the campaign that you're raising in Hertfordshire is just symbolic of what people should do. I think it's a first-class campaign. So I think you knew the answer to your question.
Always after tips to make things better. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Right, we move to the next question, and that is from John Kelly. So, while Keir Starmer steals our leadership on Europe, why not link the cost of living crisis to the GDP fall caused by Johnson's Brexit deal?
That is a great question, and I want to answer it in full, but let me say there's a bit that I don't agree with. Never forget the Labour Party voted for Johnson's dreadful deal. And if anyone says that Labour is good on Europe, remind them of that, remind them of how they've gone along with the Conservatives. They want to make the Tories' Brexit work, and I think that's shocking. And if they're beginning to catch up with us, and they're not anywhere near that yet, then that is a good thing when people come and agree with Liberal Democrats, who are the most pro-European party in British politics, who do want Britain back at the heart of Europe. And what's interesting about John's question, he focused rightly on the economy and showing how damaging Johnson's trade deal has been to our economy. But what he's doing there, I think, and I think he's about to ask a supplementary, so he may tell me that I've got his thinking wrong, but I think we do need to rebuild the case for voters about why good relationships with our European neighbours and friends is so important to our economy, so important to our environment, so important to our security and tackling crime. And we need to rebuild that case. And we are the ones who can do it better than anyone else. We are the true internationalists in Britain. We know that it's in Britain's national interest, in our national interest, to work with our European partners in the way we have championed for so long. But John, give me your supplementary.
I saw in the newspaper that 63% of voters are linking the increased cost of food to the EU trade deal. So surely it makes sense to be leading on changing that deal and try and push our support above 11% in the polls.
Well, listen, I agree with you. I totally agree with that. I mean, I think we've done quite a few press releases making those links. And one of the ways we've been doing it is talking about farmers and how farmers feel utterly betrayed by the Conservatives' trade deal with Europe, and indeed there are other trade deals which have been so shocking for Britain's agriculture sector. And what's happened is that the farmers are actually reducing their production, so we're having to import more, and some of that local food that would have been cheaper and better for the environment and better for our great British farmers, that's not there on the table. And you saw with food price inflation going by 30% in the last 2 years, you saw some of that in salads that were grown previously by British farmers and are now being imported. So you're absolutely right to make that link, and I think we should keep doing that. The cost of living is arguably the number one, number two issue at the next election. When I answered the first question, I talked about how important that is to our campaigning to persuade those wavering voters across. So 100%. And we've talked about a root and branch reform of our relationship with Europe. We've passed some fantastic policies. And I think they show the way to tackle the inflation, to improve our economy, and to put our national interest above the ideology of the Conservatives. We're campaigning hard on Europe, as you know, my friend.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next question. And that is from John Smith, and the question is the message about standing up for carers cutting through?
Well, I think it is. And I think it is because of the number of carers there are, because of the way it's related to the health service. And when I talk to local councillors and a lot of our candidates in our target seats, they see it as a really important campaign issue. Before I talk about actually the nub of the question, is it cutting through, let me talk about why it's important. Because when we campaign, it's not just because it's politically expedient. That's what the Tories do. We campaign for things that are right. And carers have been forgotten by British politics for far too long. And carers are amongst some of the least well-off people in our society, because if often you're caring for someone who was working and can't work, you're having to give up work or not work so hard in order to look after them. So if you look amongst people who are some of the less well-off in our society, they are carers. And here's another thing. If you look about the people who are caring, guess what? A large part of the caring burden is undertaken by women. And caring has not been valued in our society ever. Guess why? Probably because most of it has been done by women. So if we're serious about tackling social injustice, if we're serious about tackling gender equality, as well as all the other benefits of sorting care out, particularly on the health service, we should make it a key part of our campaign. It's the right thing to do. Is it cutting through? I think it's gradually cutting through. One of the things I said when I became the leader, I wanted us to be the voice of carers, partly because of my own experience, and I've talked a lot about that on this stage and other stages to you, and in the media. Now, I looked after my mother when she was terminally ill for 3 years with my brother, and that was a pretty tough time. And then I looked after my grandmother. My mother had been her only child, and so when my grandmother became frail and elderly. It fell to the grandchildren, and particularly to me, to look after her care. And now I have the huge pleasure, actually, of looking after my disabled son who can't walk or talk, John. So I've done a lot of caring. And that personal experience that I've had, I see it in my constituents who are caring too. I engage with a lot of physicians in my constituency and elsewhere. Last week I was with Kingston Carers Network, the voluntary group in my constituency that provides support for carers. And there were two people there who one had a husband, one had a wife who was suffering from dementia. And they'd joined Kingston Carers Network to get some support, advice, legal advice with the council's forms, advice on how they could get support from others in their situation. They'd formed a WhatsApp group, they'd formed a social network, and they told me that Kingston Carers Network and the fact that they were linking up together had meant the world to them, had actually helped them survive. Because they told me about how isolated they felt before. And that had echoes of my childhood, because when you're a teenager, before looking after your mum before school and after school, when you go to school, you feel a bit isolated from the other kids. So that sense of loneliness and isolation that carers feel is a very real one. And when we listen to their experiences and recognize how important it is to tackle them, you know what? I think we will strike a chord with millions of people. If you talk to Carers UK, Carers Trust, they estimate there are between 7 and even 10 million family carers in our country. Now that's about 3 times as many people who voted for us at the last election. Now that's a bit too cynical, but if we can talk to those people, we are talking to a huge part of the electorate, and the other parties aren't. Now there's a challenge, and here's the challenge. Lots of people who are looking after their loved ones, they don't necessarily consider themselves as carers. I didn't consider myself as a carer looking after my mum, and many people don't. It's the right thing to do, looking after their loved one. So we need to find the words to get through, to cut through, as was in the question, to these people. But we must do it. No one else is doing it. And here's another way of making that message, possibly the way that will cut through to beyond the 7, 8, 9 million people. It's the health service. I do not believe we can rescue our health service unless we sort out social care, unless we sort out and give support to family carers. So if you want to fight for our NHS, and I'm sure you do, let's fight for carers too. Conference, let's see this through to the general election. Let's be the voice of carers. It's the right thing to do, and I believe it will reap political dividends.
Thanks very much. So I think John isn't in the hall, so won't be asking a supplementary. But you spoke about the NHS just now, Ed, and the next question is in relation to the NHS from Anne-Marie Simpson. Given the importance of the NHS, is it time a cross-party body which had an advisory expert panel was set up to look after it?
Thank you for that question. The only concern I have with that idea, and it's certainly got some merit, but the only concern is the NHS is in crisis. It is in crisis. You go to your local hospital, talk to your doctors, talk to your nurses, talk to any health practitioner, of which there are many, from midwives to pharmacists. They will tell you how tough things are. Talk to your residents, not getting able to get an NHS dentist, waiting too long for a GP's appointment, ambulance not turning up on time, Rishi Sunak's huge lengthening NHS waiting list. I'm not sure if you've got time for that. Maybe that's part of a long-term agenda, but we've got to get some fixes now. And what we're saying, and it comes through a lot of research, Daisy Cooper and her team have been doing a fantastic job on this, is we're trying to take some of the pressure from the hospitals, who are really, buckling in some areas. And one of the ways to do it is actually to sort out the GP issue. We've got too few GPs in our country. And what that means is when people often can't get a GP appointment, they end up going to hospital. About 25% of the people who rock up to hospital because they couldn't get a GP appointment. Now that's deeply inefficient, and people would prefer to see their local GP. And the only way we're going to be able to solve that is if we have many, many more GPs. Now, GPs are actually working pretty hard, but they haven't had the support they needed. The Conservatives promised at the last election to train and recruit 6,000 more. We've actually seen a reduction of over 500. We've got a costed plan, which we've talked to the healthcare expert. Daisy has done a lot of work on this, to get 8,000 new GPs over 4 years. It would make a massive difference to primary care in our communities and take some of the pressure off the hospitals. And go back to care, because that's another key part of our solution. If you can prevent people having to go to hospital in the first place, the other thing is ensuring they can discharge from hospital when they're ready to go. And the facts suggest that there's about 25% of people in hospital today who are looking to be discharged, but the care package isn't there. There's no place in the care home. There's no care workers. And so we've been addressing that issue in a very deep way. We've talked, for example, about a special minimum wage for carers, £2 an hour above the national minimum wage, because we need to attract more people into the caring professions and treat them with greater respect. That's the sort of way we could ensure that care in the home with free personal care and care in care homes can improve so people can be discharged. And imagine that situation. Imagine if we got those GPs, if we got those carers, I think we would be saving the NHS in a very, very profound way. So I'm looking forward to your supplementary. I have no problem talking cross-party. It's very important that we get agreement to some of these issues. But the crisis is such that we should put our ideas and push them so they are implemented.
Thank you very much. It's been really interesting. I would like to offer the supplementary to the person who actually opened the question. That's not my question. I did pose a question, but that wasn't it. So whoever's question it was, if you're in the hall, would you like to come and ask the supplementary?
Apologies.
Was yours on the NHS?
No.
Oh, right, okay. Well, we better keep it on the NHS for a little while.
Okay, my failing there. Okay, we are going to move to the next question, which is from Kieran Smith. And that question is, will Labour realise they cannot win mid-Bedfordshire, and what can we do to make them realise that?
Well, Labour should start by looking at our candidate. Emma Holland-Lindsay, isn't she fantastic? I'm not going to mention that the Labour candidate lives in London or anything like that. But Emma is rooted in her community in Bedfordshire. She was born there, she was raised there, she was schooled there, she lives there, she's raising her family there, she works there. Emma is the real deal for mid-Bedfordshire. And so Labour should look at that. But Labour should come on a little tour. Go on a little tour of mid-Bedfordshire. Over 50 villages. You know those lovely villages on those puzzles and those chocolate boxes? Well, I think they were all photographed and drawn in mid-Bedfordshire. It is a beautiful, beautiful constituency. And when I knock on doors, I speak to Tories primarily. It's not surprising, there's a big Tory majority. And in those villages, they've been voting Tory for generations. You know, Labour didn't come anywhere near winning it in 1997 when they won other seats like, for example, Tamworth. You know, when you have those conversations, I'm sure some of you who've been there will have had these types of conversations. Those lifelong Conservatives the one thing they won't do is vote Labour. I mean, it's anathema to them. They would rather stay at home or spoil their ballot paper. They're thinking of not voting Tory for the first time in their lives, but they certainly ain't going to vote Labour. And Labour canvassers must be picking that up. It's as plain as a pikestaff if you've knocked on a few doors. But, and this is the exciting thing, they are seriously thinking of voting for Emma and voting for the Liberal Democrats. But I think this question teed this other answer up, which I'm about to give, because it's teed me up so nicely. We can beat Labour in mid-Bedfordshire is if all of you go to mid-Bedfordshire. I asked the question in the rally last night. I'll ask you again. Who's been to mid-Bedfordshire already? Thank you all for going, but there's not enough of you. Who is going to go to mid-Bedfordshire before the 19th? I don't see every hand up. Please, can we have a recount? I want names, not just badges. Seriously, my friends, we've shown what we can do. Those by-elections we have done have just been absolutely record-breaking. And they happened because lots of Liberal Democrats from around the country said, we want the Conservatives out. And this seat, whether it was Cheshire and Amersham, I'll have to shout. No, there we are. Tiverton and Honiton, or Somerton through. How's the audio? I'll project. We went to those by-elections and we showed what we could do. I'm absolutely convinced we can do it in mid-Beds too with your help. So please come and join me. I'll be going there loads before October the 19th. And listen, there are many reasons to go and help us win in mid-Beds and show Labour Party they've got no chance. I think they know it, by the way. I think they know it. But to make sure we win, I don't really care about the Labour Party. We're going to win it. But there are lots of reasons. I'm going to give you one very good reason in the Liberal Democrat family. I'm sure you want to see what the next photo stunt's going to be. I'll let you into a little secret. So do I. Because they never tell me.
Thanks very much for that. And I think Kieran is not in the hall, so I'm going to move to the next question. That is from Michael Wang. And it is, how should our party respond to the increasingly divisive rhetoric and keep them out policies on asylum and immigration now being trumpeted by both major parties?
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. This is a really important question. You know, if you're an MP, you do a lot of casework. And in my constituency over nearly 25 years, I've done a lot of casework for people who are waiting to hear from the Home Office about their asylum case. And the Home Office keeps these people in limbo for months and, yes, sometimes years. People are kept sometimes in really not very pleasant conditions, waiting and waiting. They write to me, they email me, they come and see me, and they'll do this for other MPs too, and they say, can you chase the Home Office? And I have to tell you, the Home Office has been pretty dysfunctional for a long time. But as a result of Priti Patel and Suella Braverman, I was waiting for that. I teed you up. Come on. Seriously, I've never known it so bad. It is absolutely shocking. You know what I think? I think they have deliberately caused the backlog in asylum application. I think they've deliberately done it. And that is such a disgrace. Some of these people have been fleeing torture and oppression, war, and they think it's okay to keep people waiting for years. Well, Liberal Democrats don't. To win the argument, however, you've got to persuade people who aren't Liberal Democrats, and here's one way of doing it. The Tory backlogs in asylum applications are costing the taxpayer billions and billions of pounds. They are wasting money with their unfair, cruel policies. They are wasting billions. So you've got misery and a waste of money. Only the Tories could bring those two together. So let us be the champions of sorting out those asylum application backlogs. But let's also do something else, which has been Liberal Democrats who've championed. Christine Jardine, I don't know if she's in the audience, but she's been fantastic in the House of Commons on this, as have other Liberal Democrat colleagues in the Lords and Commons. And it's the issue about giving asylum seeker applicants the right to work. I had a case a few years ago. I won't name the person involved. They had escaped an appalling situation in Kosovo. And I battled 3 years to get this person the right to work. And when I managed to do it, just the right to work took me 3 years. And when he did, he came and he broke down in tears. He was so excited. And he went away a very happy man. And he came back the next week in tears again, but tears of sadness, because he'd gone to an employer and said, look, I want to be a bus driver. He'd gone to London United. And London United said, well, we can't take you because you've only got 11 months on your visa. You may have the right to work because your MP's battled for it, but you've only got 11 months, and we only take people on who've got 12 months. So I rang up the chief executive of London United. I said, give this man a job. And they did. Do you know what? He was their best bus driver ever. Turn out on time, extra shifts, help old ladies on and off the bus with their bags. And he's gone on and created a business. I mean, if you give people the chance in life, let them get on, let them contribute to our economy, pay taxes. And that's the other thing, the madness of not allowing asylum applicants to work. It means it's costing the taxpayer more money. What a bonkers policy. There's a lot I could talk about. Safe and legal routes, for example. We need those. They've just done such damage. And we've got to change the rhetoric. And we've got to show that there is a way which is good for our country, good for our taxpayers, and good for international justice.